Wait, you're right, Link. I'm muted. Thank you. Thank you for saying I'm muted. So, as I was saying, we are going to talk about the super role with the jungle. All right. Yeah, I was muted. I was doing like such a nice intro as well, Link. I was doing such a nice intro as well. So yeah, what a pity. What a pity. It is what it is. It is what it is. First fail of the day, right? Hopefully we don't fail too much on the jungle and support synergy after that. All right, how I was saying, I'm going to do a jungle and support synergy, like similar to what we did on with the AD carries. Obviously, there are some things that are going to change in the later stages of every champion. Like we are not going to have like how to trade or when to roam, right? We are going to have like vision and cover level 1, which I think is like one of the most important parts when you're playing with certain junglers, right? Depending on the enemy jungler as well. We're going to talk about that. General game plan and important information. Maybe which I change something or I add something. It depends. And we're going to talk about, for example, if the jungler is ganking full clear hybrid, means he can do a bit of both, right? Mix. And the synergy that he has. He prefers engaged champions, enchanter, or both are fine, right? We're going to talk about that and drop some supports that are really good with, for example, Ambessa, Amumu. We're going to talk about all of these junglers. Hopefully, not as long as the other time, because last time we did 4 hours long and I was getting crazy. So yeah, hopefully it's a bit way easier. As I said before, in Season 15, or just in general, like playing around your jungle is super important. It's probably more important than playing around your AD carry, because at the end of the day, your AD carry scales like of 2-3 items. Your jungle really scales very well on one item. 2 items is also super easy to have good agency together with your jungler, because every time you are together with your jungle, you create numbers advantage most of the times, because you are going to be 2 in one lane. So it always 3 or 4 players doing a play, which is always nice. And also with the changes of minions and towers, it's very difficult to dive or get a lead in bot lane. Also, the platings are not worth that much. First tower gold is gone compared to last year as well. So it's harder to snowball from bot lane, and it's easier to snowball together with your jungle, right? So I want to make a video about it. Maybe I do a video after this one about this. But yeah, I feel like you guys put a lot of pressure on making sure that your AD carry is good, but I will not care that much about your AD carry. All right, now that I'm not muted, what's up, Master Cheater? Way buffs, you're gonna have to play him. I will have to play Way, for sure. What's up, Onachimba? Hi, coach. Usually I'm awake for one of these. You cannot sleep, no, after after playing so well, League of Legends. You're playing so well. What's up, Maximo? Hello. All right. Let me know if you decided already on a champion that you're going to play, except apart from Rel. Maybe in the next tier list I make, you feel like you find a champion that you like. All right, let's start. So we're going to start with an unusual jungler, which is going to be Ambessa. So Ambessa is going to be, he's not going to be a ganking jungler. Ambessa needs to clear. But full clear champion, I don't think it's like a champion that full clears all the time. He's a bit of a hybrid champ, can also look for ganks. So it's not that you will have Ambessa and is going to be FK in the jungle. It could be the case, but maybe after a clear he can look for a gank. He can still look for skirmishes. He can still look to be aggressive in in the enemy jungle, in some like 2v2s, 3v3s around the map. So I would not say it's like full clear champion. He needs resources, but it's all right to put it on a hybrid. I think it's fine, right? We can start with that. Synergy, the best synergy usually is, I don't know, I've also like here on this one, I don't know if I put Ambessa here also, maybe I forgot to add Ambessa. So this is going to be a bit more complete list. Synergy, I would say engage are better, because how this list is going to work is that certain champions have really good damage, and what they need is CC, right? So when we say engage, we are thinking about a lot of crowd control, and the Ambessa can drop damage, right? Enchanter is not the worst, because at the end of the day, Ambessa can play forward and you can buff the champion, but that's going to be with most of the champions. She's also like a bruiser. So Enchanter engage, both could work. I see both working, honestly. I like the engage more because of the synergy with the ultimate. What's up, Danny? Hello. With the synergy with the ultimate, engage just feels better, right? Because Ambessa is going to dive in. So champions like, we can already say, Rakan works really nice, right? It's also like a bit of both. It can like peel back and also go engage, go in. Rel, right? This type of champions. Leona is really good. Nautilus is fine as well. The things that can dive together, right, with Ambessa are really nice. Now, some enchanters can be good. I would say Emilio can be nice. Lulu can be nice. Nami can be okay, right? It's not insane synergy, but it's okay, right? Maybe we are missing some champions here. What engaged champions are we missing here? I think, I mean, Thresh can be okay, but I don't think it's going to be the best. Pike can be nice. Things like Pantheon, I would say, is like really nice. I think Elise, for example, is also nice because together you can have a lot of impact and a lot of damage, right? It's very explosive. So from the enchanters, I would say like Lulu is good, Millie is fine, and maybe Nami is good also, right? Because they can still, Nami can access a bit to the backline with the ultimate. Like you can still buff synergy. I would prefer engaged champions, for sure. Engaged champions look better. So general game plan, important information, vision and cover level 1. So what can we say here? What can we say? So you need to secure first clear 100%, right? If against strong jungler, I would say jungler, make sure you ward the opposite side Ambessa starts, right? So if, for example, you are playing against Lee Sin, right? Or against a champion that, Volibear, right? That's pretty strong early on. Elise as well, right? You need to make sure that Ambessa has some vision and doesn't get invaded, right? So if you can make sure that she can get her first full clear off, then you're going to be in a good spot. You can start super start if not. So if you're playing against a strong jungler, make sure you ward the opposite side Ambessa starts, so you can secure a clear. Super start, if not, it's also fine, because at the end of the day, you're going to benefit more from super once she comes around, and you can make sure that you get rid of enemy vision, so you can play the crab first, or you can play for a gank in bot lane, or you can 100% make something work. If also you are playing an engaged champion, maybe you get pushed in, so sweeper is not that bad, so you deny vision. But if I'm playing with an Ambessa, I will think about that, right? I will think, okay, enemy jungler is strong, Bel'Veth, for example. If he's playing my Bel'Veth, I will use my ward to cover, and then maybe I base for a sweeper, but probably I will not have time. Once Ambessa has the first clear done, then it's going to be fine, right? General game plan with playing with Ambessa is the general game plan with Ambessa. What could we say general game plan with Ambessa? When I was making the chat boxes, I was thinking as well, what can we say? So I'm going to go for important information, right? Or spikes. Important information is strong with one item spike, right? I think it's going to be Eclipse. Very strong or very OP, right? With 2 items, right? Most of the junglers is going to be with 2 items. You are very strong, and it's like your power spike that is going to define the entire game, right? So when Ambessa has item, an enemy, when Ambessa has item, play more aggro with her, right? I would say that. So when you see your jungler have like one entire item complete, try to look for more aggressive plays, right? Try to look for more invades, try to look for more objective setups, right? So just play around that, right? You have to press tab a lot to make sure that you get this information as well. With the latest patch, they are trying to bring back Amumu support. I wonder if he will be to start showing up on engaged support list. I will talk about it on the next on the video that I want to do today. about Amumu, but I don't think so. I think Amumu has more problems than just the Q cooldown. He's the Q damage and also like survivability after engaging. He doesn't have survivability at all after engaging, even with aftershock, right? He gets blown up too fast. So yeah, I think they have to do something about it, or maybe a playstyle that is a bit different. Why don't take into consideration they prefer to do red-blue or blue-red? Nah, it doesn't matter a lot, because they always will probably start red buff, right? It doesn't really matter if where they start. It's just you need to pay attention if you're weak side or strong side. They can start blue buff, but then you just need to make sure that it's just jungle knowledge, right? It's not about the champion. All right, general game plan with Ambessa. What is the general game plan with Ambessa? I would say good champion to play around. If you're, I would say AD carry can 1v2 bot lane. CC will help secure a lot of kills and snowball with her. So what I mean with this is, if your AD carry can 1v2 in bot lane, it's a good champion to play around, right? You can duo with her around the map, which is not going to be the same with every super jungler, sorry. So you want to make sure that if you can leave your AD carry and you can sync up with Ambessa, that's the best thing you can do. CC will help secure a lot of kills and snowball with her. So it's going to be different, for example, with Amumu. I think it's fine. It's not easy to explain Ambessa jungle, because this depends on your Ambessa jungle. Some Ambessa jungles likes to full clear more, try to play for more of their items, right? I think it's okay. I think it's fine for the first champion. It's not like a very common jungler. So let's see with the other junglers how it goes. It shows or not, depending on how popular something is, not how viable. Which junglers are strong? Well, Ambessa, well, depends on the meta. It depends on the meta. Some junglers are going to be stronger than others, right? Like Ambessa might appear in 2 patches, right, in the jungle. Like Sylas is appearing now because Riot wants to buff the clear, or some other champions are not going to appear, right? What for me is important for you guys to understand is that, is it like a ganking jungler with the synergies that the jungler has, right? And what actually the jungler will need out of you, right? So, for example, Amumu. What's Amumu? Amumu is a ganking jungler, right? What means ganking jungler is that he wants to be proactive, right, in the game. He doesn't want to spend time farming as much. He can farm, but he's not a champion that will like perma-farm. So he wants to look for plays. Now, what is good? What does Amumu like? In general, is both. He can play with Enchanter, he can play with Engage. Engage is fine for follow-up. Enchanter is fine because he has Engage, so he can play with both, right? So honestly, we could put anything here that really with Amumu is totally fine, right? I don't think any support is bad with Amumu, right? Best support synergy with Amumu. I don't know, like a lot of champions. Rel is fine with Amumu. Maybe with Merc's value can be a bit tricky. I don't know. Anything really. Nami can be good. I mean, Lulu can be good. Nami already said. Milio can be fine. Nautilus can be fine. I don't think there's nothing. What other supports do we have? I mean, there's a lot of supports, right? In the list of supports, like anything can work, right? Seraphine can be good. Soraka can be good. Leona, I mean, you are giving more Merc's value, but any mage is fine. Bard is fine. Pike is fine. Like honestly. Right, a Pike is nice because you get the CC, so you can secure kills with that. Soraka is fine as well, because he can do the front line, he can do the engage, you can silence after that. Seraphine, for example, is fine as well if we think about it. And Alistar is okay because you have knockups instead of CC, so the Merc's value is not like that insane. And just anything, right? Just really anything. Thresh, you can play Thresh as well with Amumu. What else? Is there any champion that I would say, wow, it's insane? I would put Bard. We can throw Bard. But honestly, like a lot of champions have really good synergy with Amumu, right? So, like to be fair, anything, right? I would put it here. Amumu, any support like Amumu. works with any support champ. So this is very important, right? Important information, right? There's no priority. Maybe you don't want to have too much CC, right, around. Now, a general game plan. Let's say start vision cover level 1. Amumu wants to make sure he can clear his jungle. Secure the clear of Amumu. Need to secure the clear. Need to secure the clear. Is clear. If against against strong jungler again, drop a ward to defend a possible invade 100%. Super start, if not, to secure ganks 100%. So this one I would say it's like this, right? So you want to make sure that you want to secure this clear. General game plan, Amumu set up a general game plan. I would say what would I say with Amumu? Safe clear till level 6, right? For the ultimate. Secure clear, or I would like secure his clear till level 6. That's one objective for a general game plan. What else? What else can we say? Okay, I know now. You need to pair another carry with you need to pair another carry. You need to I would say you need to involve another carry with Amumu and you to make a play, right? It's going to be CC plus damage. Let's see if I can in another play, right? What do I mean with this is you need to make sure that this is going to be like the most important one as well, is that if you are playing Amumu and you're playing with Bard, right? Well, Bard has nice damage, but Amumu and Bard, sure, you can make a pick, level 4, level 3, level 5, and you can do some damage. But after the early game, like at the first 8 minutes, if you go Amumu and Alistar together, and you find a target, and you CC him, and you fight, you're not going to do anything, right? It's not like Ambessa with Alistar. Ambessa and Alistar, if you pick up enemy champions, you can kill, and it's very easy to kill because Ambessa has the damage and you have the CC. Now, Amumu has some damage, and has good damage, but he still has like CC, and you have CC, or you are buffing as an enchanter, so you need to incorporate like the top laner, mid laner, or AD carry inside your play to make sure you are playing correctly, right? So that's the important plan, right? So once he's level 6, he's going to be very strong, so you need to make sure that he doesn't get behind like in his clear, like especially level 1, like he gets invaded in the first clear. You need to be patient till he gets level 6. Once he gets level 6, it's easier for him to play and easier to play around his ultimate, right? And you need to involve another carry with Amumu and you to make a play, 100%. Now, important information, Amumu works with any support champion, and then from here, ultimate dependent. He needs play around Amumu ultimate, no? Amumu R. That's also important. Play around Amumu ultimate. So when he doesn't have ultimate, you have to be careful. And I would not say like any items is like super important for Amumu. I mean, obviously he likes to have like 1 or 2 items, but I don't think that's the most relevant part of Amumu. And what else? What else can we say? Important information about Amumu. I would say that's it, no? I don't think there's much else. Amumu works with any support, play around Amumu ultimate, and you need to involve another carry with Amumu and you to make a play, right? So yeah, I think that's fine. Secure is clear till level 6. Important info, Amumu... Okay, we can add this as well here. Void grabs are easy to contest. So if Amumu is probably going to play the void grabs, right? So you want to play for for the Void Grabs setup. So you probably want to be in the mid wave at 7:30, play for your level 6, pay attention where Amumu is, right, around the map, if he's going to play Void Grabs or he's not going to play Void Grabs, right? So yeah, I think that's the important. Why you don't take under consideration majors? Let's say Zyra brand is very good with because he builds Abyssal Mask. I mean, it's fine, no? It's I mean, we could add, for example, instead of Rel, we could add like Zyra and this type of stuff, right? It's fine. It's some CC and damage, so it's okay. Like any support is going to work with Amumu, honestly. I don't think it's going to be like oh, I want to play a mage because I'm playing with Amumu. It's like if I'm playing a mage, it's fine. If not, it's also fine. Could you explain again how I can know which junglers are strong? I don't quite follow. Just like waiting me to explain you who is strong and who is not strong, and I will explain you here which jungler is going to be strong, right? So maybe we should do like a strength, how strong they are in early game, right? For example, Bel'Veth is going to be full clear champion, but it's pretty strong champion as well. I don't know if what did I add on Bel'Veth? What did I add on Bel'Veth? I think Bel'Veth for sure I add CC or both of them, no? Yeah, I add both. It doesn't matter. I think Bel'Veth works with both. So you're right, like we could add strength as well, right? Clear, I would say pathing or game. Yeah, I would say pathing. It's full clear, ganking, hybrid. But Bel'Veth is pretty strong level 1. Maybe we could add like strength level 1 or something like that. We could add like that for sure. I think it's not a bad idea to add it. Maybe, let's say if we can do it like this. Let's see, experimenting. Strength. We're doing strength. Let's do this like this. You're right, we should we could add it here. Now what we could do is strong. What's it called? Average, weak. All right. No, I should. Right. Let's see how this goes now. So, for example, Ambessa, average, right? I don't think it's like a strong, average. I don't think it's turbo weak. Like if he gets level 3, maybe I can say needs level 3. It's not easy to do. Strong. Some champions need level 3 and they are strong, and some other champions are very strong level 1, right? So I need to see that. How can we explain that? Because Amumu is not that weak, right? But this guy, for example, is pretty. Like Bel'Veth is very strong, right? So I think it's fine. Average, just pay attention, right? And strong. I don't think you need to know every single detail of the jungle, right? But let's see, 85? No, 83. We see everything. All right, perfect. I don't think you need to know every single detail, but I think it's okay if you know that if it's strong or weak or average. Yeah, okay. Does this work like that? I think so, no? Like this works? Maybe. Hopefully it works. Maybe it works. Invade threat is a good category to invade threat. Oh, we can change it around. Can invade early, cannot invade early, gets invaded. I'm thinking, it's good questions. It's good questions. Invade threat. Just leaving a note for later. Soraka really likes Rek'Sai, Jarvan, Bel'Veth. Skirmish power. Yeah, we can do skirmish power. Early strength. Early. I would say early. I would say early is average. I mean, if you're strong, you can invade. No, like that's obvious, right? So I think it's fine, right? You can determine it. All right, Bel'Veth is strong. She can invade, right? That's what she can do, right? Okay, we can add Soraka here. We can add like a lot of champions. With Rel, everything with Rel, almost everything works, right? There's no. You want champions maybe that, for example, Elise, that's nice. Pantheon is nice. Poppy is nice because you can move together as well and make plays with Bel'Veth. So I think CC works really good also. 100%. Bard, for example, works fine. I think any champion here works nice with Bel'Veth, right? Why not? Prayo and maybe probably move. Janna maybe can be better than Lulu, I would say. Champions that want to do a bit of the same thing as Bel'Veth. Okay, if strong can invade, that works good for me. I think strong can invade, no? Like it makes sense. It makes sense. Some champions, the problem is like, for example, Brand. We'll talk about him later. He's strong, but he cannot really do it pre-level 3, right? So you want to wait a bit. Okay. All right. So this changes, right, for Bel'Veth. So what do you need to vision and cover level 1 for Bel'Veth? Bel'Veth needs to invade, right? Right. 100%. Bel'Veth needs to invade. So option, you have different options, right? 1, ward enemy jungle for early information, or 2, if Prayo bot lane, sweeper. I mean, if Prayo bot lane, you can also move ward enemy jungle for information. What else could you do? Ward enemy jungle for information. If you have for information, 2, if Bel'Veth, I mean, I think warding trinket is fine. If Bel'Veth invades, use wards to cover other camps. I would say that, right? So probably Bel'Veth will try to invade the enemy raptors or things like this. And if she's blue side, that means that your camps are exposed. So you want to make sure that you are defending your camps as well, right? Important information. Bel'Veth loves void grabs, right? That's something to play for. Perma invade, play aggro in enemy jungle, right? So that's something that you have to be ready to move, right? So here, for example, be ready to move towards Bel'Veth plays. Bel'Veth plays. The entire game, the entire first 14 minutes, the most important champion is Bel'Veth. 100%. So if you're playing League of Legends and you queue up and you have a Bel'Veth in your team, you have to play for Bel'Veth. And there's no moment in the game where you are going to say, no, I'm going to stay with my jungler, with my AD carry, right? If you're a Bel'Veth in your team, the entire game is this champion. First 14 minutes. You need to do everything she's going to do or try to do everything she's tried to do, right? Because she's pretty strong, she wants to invade, she wants to play. So you have to pay attention all the time around the minimap, what's happening on the map all the time, constantly, right? So you have to also be ready for the void grabs. Like here, for example, be ready, right, for that. Perma invade, play aggro in enemy jungle. And you just need to make sure that you play around that, I think. Isn't Lulu with Bel'Veth very strong duo? Yeah, we can add Lulu. We can add a lot of champions, right? Not only these champions are good, we can add Lulu as well, like if we want to, right? But any champion works, to be fair. But yeah, I mean, we could add another row of champions, honestly, like we did last time as well when we were playing. Okay, well, how do we do this? How do we do this? Oh, there's a problem. There's no problem. We could add so many other champions, right? Here as well. We can add this. Last time we did this as well. With Jhin, I remember, with Ashe. There's so many champions you can play. I mean, we could play, like, for example, Lulu. You can play Millie if you want. You can play, I mean, you can play so many champions. What other champions can move? Thresh is fine, right? some pick champions. I mean, melee is okay. There are some champions that you want to buff, but what else? We have like champions that want to move also. You can play with Camille if you want. Annie is fine. Like, for example, I like Annie. Bel'Veth is not bad, right? And here maybe Karma. Karma is not that bad as well. I think anything that gets a bit of Briar and can move. Karma and what did they say? Annie. If you can get some Briar move, is pretty good. It's very good. All right. Okay, perfect. Perfect. What else? What else do we get here? Next champion, no? I don't think there's much to talk about. Oh, let me fix this. About Bel'Veth. Need to change this. Can we talk about something more important information? We can say the spikes, no? Spikes good with 1-2 items. One item. OP with 2 items. So yeah, just make sure that you are playing aggressive onto the enemy jungle. And have vision on enemy jungle as well. Be ready to move towards Bel'Veth plays. The entire first very important. Champion is Bel'Veth. Okay. What did we add here for Ambessa, for example? Good champion to play around if you add Hecarim and 1v2 in bot lane. CC, yeah, I think it's good champion to play around. Okay, it's fine. Let's move on to the next one. I don't think there's much more to say about Bel'Veth. Yeah, weak means needs to farm. Yeah, needs to farm for something, right? It needs to farm for something. Now, Brand is strong, I think, early game, right? Brand is pretty strong. I would say like a bit like Ambessa Amumu. He can invade, to be fair. Brand can invade. Like after level 3, he can invade. So he needs... what is he ganking? He's a bit of a hybrid. Brand can do a bit of full clear. He wants to full clear, but he can gank as well. I would say full clear, he probably wants to play for objectives, and he wants engaged champions, right? 100%. This is the first champion that we see that you want to play with engage 100%. You don't... there is no champion that you will say, oh, I want to play like an enchanter. You don't want to play an enchanter with Brand 100%. No, you need CC. What other CC champions do we have that I forgot here? Anyone that is here on CC champion, Alistar, Leon, and Nautilus. Rakan is okay. Pike maybe can be okay. Blitzcrank can be okay, right? Poppy is a bit strong, so you can also add Poppy. So Poppy is there. Oh, did I add Poppy? I mean, we can add Poppy. We can add Blitzcrank, and we can add Rakan, right? Like, it's fine. But no enchanters. Enchanters will be super bad with Brand, right? Maybe Soraka with Bel'Veth. Soraka is there as well. Soraka is already there with Bel'Veth. So what does Brand need? So Brand can invade. He can full clear. He will not probably gank. So I would say... Need to secure is clear. If against strong jungler, drop a ward to defend a possible gank. Super start, if not, to secure ganks. Right? I would say this one. Important information. Brand is very strong. Very strong in skirmishes. And starts being a threat level 3. Right? So level 3, you can already look for skirmishes. You can... so yeah, this is important information. So also important info. I don't think the spikes matter that much. Important information. Play around neutral objectives. Why playing around neutral objectives? Because of the ultimate of Brand and the damage of Brand. Brand also does a lot of damage to neutral objectives. Very easy to do Voidgrubs, very easy to do Dragon, very easy to do a lot of different stuff, right? So you want to play around neutral objectives with Brand. Now, CC plus damage, it's OP, right? CC plus damage, OP. You want... Let me see. You want to sync up with the Brand plays. And make sure if you can, no, I will say, if you can CC, he will one shot, right? So it's super simple. Like, just let's say you're playing Nautilus, right? And you're playing with a brand. Level 3, he decides to invade, or he decides to go for the crab. He's level 4. You go with him, enemy jungler shows up, you hook, auto attack, brand combos, jungler dead. It's simple to play. He bases, he's clearing his camps. Where is brand going? I go with him. CC plus kill. If you're playing Enchanter, it's going to be you're going to be weaker because you cannot secure the damage of Brand. Brand does a lot of damage. The problem with Brand is that every single ability except the E and the ultimate is a skill shot, right? So the important abilities W and Q are skill shots. If you can CC, he will not miss. Well, depends on the elo you're playing, right? But yeah, it's difficult, no, to miss when you're CC'd. So it's like that. And you need to play around neutral objective with Brand. So that means stacking dragons, stacking void grabs, making sure that you give good vision for Brand to play around those, right? And so on. So just make sure that you think about this and everything should be fine. Very easy champion to play around. Need to make sure that you secure his first pathing so he doesn't get invaded. He's going to be weak if get invaded, so you have to be extremely careful with that. What else? What else could I add? What else could we add here? Need to secure is clear. If against strong jungler, drop a ward to defend a possible invade. Sweep start, if not, to secure ganks. I mean, sweep start, I don't think you need sweep start really. I will secure the ward, maybe. Weaker jungler. Ward to see where enemy starts. I would say I don't think super matters too much with Brand. I don't think he's going to gank you early, but he will try to play all in the jungle and the river, and that's it. In jungle per super synergy, there is no Sylas. There is no Sylas? For sure there's Sylas. Yeah, on the other one, yeah. But I added Sylas here. I have to update this one because Sylas was not played as a jungle when I did it. They didn't buff Sylas in the jungle. Alright, Briar. Holy moly, Briar. Briar. What is Briar? Early game strong? Full clear champion? I think ganking champion, no? I mean, you can play a bit both. What did I add with Briar? I add probably both, no? Yeah, I think both are fine. And early game, I think strong, no? Like you can play aggressive with Briar. Maybe you want to secure your first clear. I mean, a bit of both. You can do a bit of everything, no? With Briar, I think every single champion here is the same as Bel'Veth. It's a bit of a copy like Bel'Veth, Briar. Maybe less aggressive early game, and more like playmaking with the ultimate. That's why also enchanters are fine because she's going forward and you can just buff. And she's also fine like fighting together with an enchanter and getting buffed. Also it's a bit like Ambessa, right? With the item spikes. I think it's a bit here. When Briar's item, play more aggro with her. Good champion to play around if you ready carry can 1v2. CC will help secure a lot of kills and snowball with her. I don't think CC matters too much with her, right? Briar has to snowball early to have a good game. So you have to make sure that you play around. Like the problem with this type of champions is that you need to make sure that you play around them, so that you can secure like something in the game, right? So 100% you need to make sure you play around them. That's the thing. It forces you to play. It forces you to play away from bot lane. Honestly, the only moment I see that you don't play away from bot lane is. Oh, let me do this different. Yes. Can I do this? Right. The only moment I see that they don't force you to play away from bot lane is if your bot laner, for example, it's a Draven or it's a Kalista that you think that you can play a bit more with them. But usually you have to cater to this type of champions. If not, the game is going to be super difficult for you to play. Because you will have no jungler, and not having a jungler is very bad. And also you can make sure that you do a lot of plays, right, with her. So I don't think Briar needs to invade. But what I would do with Briar is super start level 1, cover my entrance. I would say avoid enemy getting information where Briar is starting to make her to make her, what would I say? Briar to make her to make it easy for her to invade the enemy jungle without them knowing, I would say. I mean, it's just super start is just the best, because you can, for example, set on the raptors. If they come, you just clear it. If they don't have information. You can sit on the raptors or in your entrance, and then Briar can just do 3 camps into invade, do 3 camps into gank. Like super start level 1 is very good with her, right? I don't think you need ward level 1. I don't think they are going to invade. Maybe a strong jungler can cheese invade her. But the good thing about playing with Briar is that then she can probably fight in the enemy jungle and you can just move, right? So I don't think you have to worry about that too much. So super start level 1 is pretty nice, right? Compared to Bel'Veth, why Bel'Veth you want ward is because Bel'Veth is going to invade 100% or level 1 or level 3. And the ward is going to help you like on enemy jungle or in your own jungle to cover camps. But Briar probably will gank you as well, so super is also going to be fine. All right. Bel'Veth is also can gank you, but I think we usually Bel'Veth fight more in the jungle and around the objective. I did full clear and play for level 6 with Briar, you mean, or with Sylas. With Briar, you can also like, I mean, level 6 is also like a good spike. I mean, for most junglers, level 6 is a good spike, right? I'm thinking about Briar if she's ganking more than anything, but I think you want to gank with Briar for sure, no? Or you want to look for ganking opportunities as well. Maybe full clear is not, or maybe both. You can do a bit of both, full clear and looking for ganks. I think we can change it to hybrid. Let's change it to hybrid. Cho'Gath. What could we do for Cho'Gath? I mean, ganking jungler. I mean, it's not. Sorry, we have to. So he's pretty. I don't would say it's very weak, but he's pretty weak, to be fair. If you're playing Cho'Gath in the jungle, first levels compared to other champions, I think it's pretty weak, no? He needs some levels. But it's like Amumu, I would say. If you can connect your abilities, it's pretty strong. So I would say average level 3 is fine. He's ganking, and he's fine with. I think both are okay. I mean, both is almost always going to be fine, because I mean, who doesn't love engaged champions, right? So it's a bit like Amumu. I think Amumu is the same thing, right? You can go with. You cannot go wrong. Maybe change this for Pantheon. Soraka is fine with the silence. Pike is good. I think you cannot go wrong with this type of champions. Maybe we can change. I don't know. Milio. I mean, it's okay. All of these champions are fine with Cho'Gath. Honestly, all of these champions are fine. You could add Pantheon. You could add Elise. Like, there's a lot of supports that are really good, right? In general. So when I say both, most of the time you can play anything, right? So what we can do is Cho'Gath works with any support champ, right? 100%. Like Cho'Gath works with any support champ. I don't think you have to overcomplicate it too much. Cho'Gath works with any support champ. What else? I think it's the same thing as Amumu, right? Needs to secure if it's clear. If against a strong jungler, drop a ward to defend a possible gank. Super start if not to secure ganks. 100% is the same thing. You have to play around the neutral objectives. Play around neutral objectives. Cho'Gath ultimate, right? 100% you have to do this. And with Cho'Gath it's the same thing as Amumu, right? You need to involve under carry to play with Cho'Gath, right? To play with Cho'Gath. You cannot, I mean, obviously in early game you can do it, but this is very important for you guys to understand, is that you cannot go Cho'Gath and, I don't know, Cho'Gath and Lulu and try to kill someone in enemy jungle. You should pair it always with a carry, right? Together. So yeah, this should be like your general game plan. I don't think you should cater to Cho'Gath at all, right? So laners have more value than Cho, right? Than Cho'Gath. I will write this entire name. What I mean with this is, for example, let's say you have Jace top lane, Fiora top lane, Jax top lane, Renekton top lane, or a Kayn top lane. You want to play around that lane a bit more than obviously around your Cho'Gath. Like if you're playing with Bel'Veth, Briar, Brand, Ambessa, it's nice to have them get ahead, and you can make them get ahead. But you need to use this type of champions to sync up with them and secure kills for your carries. That's how you have to think about it, right? That's how you have to think about the game when you are playing with like a tanky champion on the jungle, in the jungle, 100%. Now let's go with Darius. So Darius early game, I think strong, right? Not that strong till level 3 probably. He's going to be, he can full clear, he can gank, right? I would say hybrid, and he works with both champions. I would prefer engage, to be fair, with him. Enchanter is not that bad because he can use, you can speed him up and he can go forward. Very similar to Ambessa, right? This champion, you see that there's going to be a lot of champions that are going to be very similar, like because it's a bruiser. Well, Ambessa is a bruiser, Darius is a bruiser. Need to secure first clear, right? If against a strong jungler, make sure to ward the opposite side. So it's the same with Darius, right? If I'm playing with a Darius and the enemy team is playing Evelynn, I'm not going to probably ward or be worried that Darius is getting invaded. But if the enemy is playing Elise, I probably make sure that my Darius can get his first clear off. And after that, he should be fine in the game because he's already level 4 and he's like he's going to be pretty strong, so he can fight, right? Good champion to play around if you AD carry can 1v2 and he can get kills, right? Exactly the same thing as Ambessa. Strong with 1 item spike, and with 2 item spikes is like Exodia, right? So if he gets accelerated, you want to make sure that I mean, if you want to invade and play aggressive on enemy jungle when he gets accelerated. So just a copycat of a bit of Ambessa. I don't think you have to pay attention to anything different. It's like having a top laner, it's like a bruiser in the jungle. But I will make sure that he gets kills and he gets fed and gets ahead. Because the problem is that if you don't get Darius like on curve and ahead, it's going to be like very useless, right? So we don't need to talk more about Darius. Also, it's like a champion that is not like seen a lot, I would say. So let's move on. Let's keep going. Let's keep going with the next one. Diana. The early of Diana. Full clear champion. No. So it's a weak champion, right? Early game compared to other champions. She can have some skirmish potential, but you have to be careful. Full clear. And she needs engage 100%, right? 100% you need engage. Champions that go well with Diana. Well, you got Rel, you got Alistar, right? You got Dragon as well. You got Maokai as well. You got Leona is also fine. Even if you like get a lot of Mercs value, it's still fine. Pike is good. Pantheon is good. I would say this as well. Nautilus. I forgot Nautilus. Nautilus is there as well. What else? What else could we pair up with Diana? I think Annie is okay because you can ultimate on top of the ultimate. It's good combo. What other combos do you have in support with Diana? What other combos could we have? What else? What else? What else? What else? Braum is not that bad, because of the attack speed. I think a skirmish potential, it's also fine. I think we can add Braum. Why not? To the list. I think it will be the last one, no? What's up, Josh? Hello, hello. Judging by the win rates, the cat who must not be named. Yumi. No. Yumi Diana, it sounds terrible. Should we focus more on jungler or AD carry synergies during the pick and ban phase? Jungler, 100%. I don't think AD carries matter that much. I think since a long time ago, they don't matter. You could play the entire game without interacting in bot lane and nothing would change. Or you could have like a really bad matchup on bot lane and still it doesn't matter, honestly. It doesn't matter at all. All right, Diana. Diana is like it's the same as start warding trinket. 100%, right? 100% start the warding trinket. I don't think I would play with Diana and not start warding trinket. It doesn't matter if you are playing against a strong champion or a weaker champion. Secure the make sure Diana doesn't get invaded, and well, this would be like give level 1 vision defensive or information on enemy jungle if playing versus weak. So for example, if you're playing against Lee Sin, right? Or if you're playing like against a Viego, Nautilus, Volibear that wants to invade, Bel'Veth, you want to make sure that you warding trinket, you place it on your jungle in an entrance at minute 120, right? So give vision. I mean, level 1 vision. Well, let's change it. Defensive vision level 1 in one of your in your jungle. At 120. I would say this. Like, it is the best to avoid early invades. And if Diana sees the early invade, she can like secure the enemy camps, right? Entrance. Why is this? The general game plan. Diana has to full clear and get her items. If Diana doesn't get punished early game, you're winning. You're winning. That's the general game plan. There's no game plan after that. Important information. Diana loves boy grabs. Very easy to play around that. Play after level 6. And don't overforce. Don't overforce in bad condition. Don't overforce plays till 1 or 2 items. Okay. That's fine. Now, we could add something. It's like you could play Silent with Diana as well. Diana's also damage. Diana has to full clear. I mean, let's do this. If Diana doesn't get punished early game, you're winning. Going with Diana is good, to be fair. Like, moving with Diana is really good. So where do I add that? Where do I add that? Sync up with her. Strong. Copy. I would say this. So it's the same as Brand, right? Similar as Brand. CC plus damage is very broken, right? So you want to make sure that when Diana is strong, if you're playing Rel and Diana, you go together. Engage, kill. Super simple. But you don't want to overforce. Like, for example, Brand is able to force a bit earlier because level 3 he's able to do more. Diana is not a bot till in level 3. It's not like that weak. But you want to make sure that you are a bit smart about the decisions you are taking, right? If you are playing like Rel Diana and the enemy is playing Volibear Nautilus and you are in the river, guess who's winning, right? It's not Rel Diana, level 3 or level 4, right? So you want to make sure that you wait for her level 6, you wait for her to get some items as well, and then you can go together. And the good thing about playing with Diana is that if you make a play in side lane and you kill, especially before level 14, and you are able to, like, say, gank top lane together, kill the top laner, or make a good play on bot lane, she takes towers so fast. So around level 12, around level 11 to 13, like, it's very dangerous for you to die in a side lane against a Diana, because you're going to lose your entire tower and you're going to give first tower to the enemy team, right? But what I see a lot of mistakes is like you don't give a damn about Diana's first pathing. She usually gets invaded, she gets killed, she's sad, enemy jungle starts invading her perma. You say jungle gap, and then nothing can happen. Nothing happens. So how do you play laning phase? Is when you're playing with these champions, when you're playing with Diana, when you're playing with Amumu. We will see later with Evelynn, with these champions that need a clear, maybe brand. My eyes when I play or when I'm try hard, right? I'm not thinking about how can I trade in bot lane or how can I make sure that I kill in bot lane. Obviously, I have the good experience to already know how can I play around that, but my number one focus will be if Diana survives or what is my Diana doing, because I need to make sure that she's good in the game, right? Or she's going to be fine in the game, right? So I would only think about my jungler. Now, if I'm playing with Amumu, for example, or Cho'Gath, I don't give a fuck about my jungler. You know, like whatever they do, they do. They will come bot lane. I will not pay so much attention to it because the game is not around them because it's a tank champion, right? And it's not like he doesn't need to snowball the game to be fine. But Diana needs to make sure that she's fine in the game. If she's not fine in the game, we have a problem. And the game is going to be so painful to play. Very painful to play. And also they type a lot, this type of players as well. That's the worst, right? Briar players, Bel'Veth players. If they are behind, it's a pain. Not only because they are useless, it's because they are also going to complain so much, right? So you need to make sure that you are 100% locked in and think about, is Diana good? What is she doing? What's the next move of my Diana? What does she need? And your AD carry is on the second picture, right? You don't care that much. Now, sometimes you will have problems because you are playing with a Draven and a Diana at the same time. Then what I would do is, for example, I would use the strength of our lane to help my Diana. Always try to use the strength of your lane to help your jungler if the jungler needs help, right? If I ward the upper entrance at 120, should I make my AD carry ward tribals as well? No. Just I think the entrance on top side is fine to ward that entrance. You don't need to put two wards, honestly. All right, Dr. Mundo. I think it's a full clear champion, no? He full clears. I don't think he's ganking. I mean, I'm always like confused here. It's average. I don't think it's like that weak, but I don't think it's that strong as well. And what Mundo plays good with enchanters. I would say like Mundo is better with enchanters than with engage. Something that keeps him alive. Lulu is good. Milio is good. Nami is good. Soraka is good. Seraphine, whatever. Sona is fine. Bard is fine with... well, Bard is whatever. Zillion is good. Anything that buffs Mundo, it's fine, right? You could play Engage Champion. Engage Champion is never going to be like a wrong option, by the way. Engage Champion is never going to be wrong, right? Engage Champion is always going to be a decent option. Taric is good, for example. Renata is good. Karma, for example. What else do we... Karma, Yuumi, if you guys want. We can add Yuumi as well in the list. Why not? Senna is fine. Mages is fine. Senna, for example. What else do... we missed like an enchanter, right? But it doesn't matter. Lux is fine for also. Like Zyra is okay if you want. Something that goes forward and puts a bit of pressure, right? Senna Enchanter OP. What's up, Giovanna? Yeah, Senna Enchanter, if the game goes well, it's fine. The problem is that Mundo is going to full clear, is going to be like very... it's not active at all, right? Mundo rarely ganks. He's like important information. Mundo has a very fast jungle clear. Very fast jungle clear. Strong in neutral objectives. Needs to farm, right? Don't expect ganks from Mundo, right? That's important information. General game plan. Flow game. Play Enchanter if you can. Make sure you don't overforce fights in early, and later if even you will win. So vision cover level 1, I would say start warding trinket probably 100% of the times. Defensive vision level 1 against strong jungler. I would say info level 1 against weak jungler. So I think this is the play with Mundo. So Mundo has a good Mundo has a fast clear. He doesn't really want to fight early. He wants to farm. He wants to make sure that he keeps cycling scams. Maybe looks for some skirmishes, but just make sure that you are not overforcing anything. Let him play the game, and it's going to be a slow game, or should be a slow game. If he starts forcing and randomly playing, it can be maybe a bit flip. If it turns out good, obviously it's going to be really good because he scales well. You scale well as an enchanter as well. So you don't really want to like force anything crazy, right? The problem is that you will have like a bit of a passive jungler this game. What a strong item, very Darius item. Play more aggro with him. Yeah, I copied the I copied the Ambessa one. So yeah, I didn't change that. I copied the Ambessa thingy. What does info level 1 against weak jungler mean? You want info if enemy is weak. So info level 1 against enemy jungler, or I will say ward enemy jungle level 1 against weak jungler. That's the thing what I'm saying. I thought you want info versus like Kindred Bel'Veth. The problem is that getting info like against Kindred the Bel'Veth, you know where they start, but you don't know what they're going to do next, right? Like if you get a ward in Raptors against Bel'Veth, she's going to start on Raptors. Good. Then she does Golems red. Is she invading your jungle after? Or what is she doing, right? You can get information. Yeah, information is never bad. But usually, like, you cannot do much with that info. Like, you know what camps she started or where she started. But usually you want to protect. Yeah, for example, if you ward the entrance, right, of your Raptors and I don't know, enemy Bel'Veth starts on your Raptors, then Mundo already knows how to play against that, right? Maybe he can do a camp and contest. Maybe he can do like go invade enemy jungle, right? You want to make sure that he knows what's happening. What I don't want to happen is that your jungle gets invaded randomly and he does 3 camps. Let's say he does red golems Raptors, your red side, or blue side, doesn't matter. And then he goes to his top side or his bot side, depending on the side you're playing, and there are no camps. And then the game is doomed, by the way. Because he has no camps against a jungler that is stronger against him. Now, what is your jungler going to do? I have no camps. I will invade. He invades. Obviously, he's weaker. He's going to die. Not only lost his camps, he's now dead. Now, what he's going to do? He's going to type, oh my god, no one cover. GG. My game is done. GG. And then your game is already shit, right? From the start. So what do? As support, we make sure that we ward one of the entrance where he doesn't start. If he gets invaded level 1 or level 2, then we see it, then he can answer, right? He can play with the information. And you can also play around that, right? That's the only thing you can do. It's better to see what's happening than not seeing. And especially in lower elo. Like, if they don't see, they don't believe it. On Soraka, I sometimes take control ward instead of 2 bots, so my jungler doesn't die to Kindred Bel'Veth Shackle level 1 to invade. That's fine. That's if your matchup can... I didn't think about that too much, because I usually play with potions, and I want to play laning phase, but yeah, maybe it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Making sure that they can get the clear done is not a bad idea at all. I agree with that, 100%. Look how many junglers do we have to do yet. Holy moly. Let's keep going, guys. Ekko. So Ekko is a weak jungler early game. Alright, he's a weak jungler. He wants to full clear. And Ekko works with engage. No way Ekko works with an enchanter. If you pick enchanter with Ekko, you must be OTP or you are griefing, right? Same thing as Diana Ekko. Start warding trinket at 100%, defensive vision level 1 in your jungle entrance at 120 to avoid early invades. If it's the same thing here. We change this. Ekko has to full clear. Ekko. If Ekko doesn't get punished early game, you are winning. Sync up with him. We change this to him. OP. CC plus damage, broken. If you get CC and Ekko can do damage, you are going to kill a lot of times. You want to be hand by hand with him. Diana loves void grabs. Ekko loves void grabs. Play after level 6, I don't think is relevant. With Ekko, I think it's fine. Don't overforce play till 1 or 2 items. I would say, for example, play side lane attacks. Play side lane attack with Ekko, 100%. And I would say just follow Ekko. I mean, I don't see like another game plan with Ekko. I don't think level 6 is that. I mean, level 6 is fine, but I don't think it's that level relevant. You need one or two items to play with Ekko. That he is strong. That's all. Let's move into the next one then. Let's move into Elise. Ganking jungle? No. Here we have to change it again. I always forget, guys. It's a strong jungler early game. He's a ganking jungler and he wants engage, right? You don't want to play with Enchanter with Elise, right? Elise is very strong. Imagine there is Elise here. Elise is very strong with for example, let's say Thresh as well, right? I mean, Thresh works really good. Maybe works even better than Annie here with the engaged champions. And here maybe we want, instead of Brown, Blitzcrank is better. And Blitzcrank is better. You can also put Bard. There's a lot more champions that can be here. So with Elise is a champion similar to maybe... I mean, we have not seen like any champion that I would say similar to Elise, honestly. I would say with Elise, 100% start sweeper 95% of the times. To avoid, I mean, to deny vision from the enemy, right? So it's like similar to, where is it? Cover entrance, avoid enemy getting information where Elise is starting, right? You can do this, for example. This is fine. And also, I don't think ward item gives you that much. Good for gank setup. The problem with Elise is a champion that also what's up, Marta? Hello, coach. Hello. What's up, Xavi Pro? Let's go. Does the rules apply to lower heroes? I think comp does not really matter that much. It applies to lower heroes. What you guys have to understand in lower heroes is the essence of the junglers, right? You don't need to... What it means like playing with a jungler, depending on the jungler, right? Elise is a champion that forces you to play around a hair, right? It's the same thing as Bel'Veth, it's the same thing as Briar, right? It's like exactly this, right? This is the Elise, right? Be ready to move, like here. Be ready to move towards Elise place, 100%. The entire first 15 minutes, the most important champion is going to be Elise. Why is Elise the most important champion? It's because she dictates the entire early game, right? She dictates everything that's happening in the map. Nothing is more important than playing around Elise. Because if Elise is behind, if Elise plays don't work, your game is going to be hard and it's going to take a lot of time for Elise to come back, and she's going to be useless, honestly, right? So you want to play around perma-event, play aggro in enemy jungle. You can do this, right? You can set up dives, set up dives or ganks with Elise. Sync up anytime you can to make a play. This is super important. Now, is this the same as Amumu, for example? No. Is the same as Brand? No, right? Brand wants to play around neutral objective. Elise wants to perma-fight, perma-skirmish on good conditions and get kills and snowball the game. It's a very snowball champion. What's up, Kina? Hello. In those cases, are you starting with that red because you don't have sweeper instead of war trinket? I never start sweeper on Soraka. You never start sweeper on Soraka. Hello. Yeah, I want my jungle to be safe. Yeah. Don't forget Yumi jungle. No, Yumi jungle. So it's all about that, right? Now, if you have an AD carry, for example, here, if you go to laning guide and your AD carry can play alone, right? Like Corki. Now, you know that me with Corki, if I play with Corki and I play with an Elise, I'm going to play the first levels in bot. And when I see Elise doing something, I'm going to prioritize connecting with Elise all the time. All the time, I want to connect with Elise. Because my Corki is going to be safe in most of the situations, right? And I can make sure that I make a play with Elise, which is always going to be stronger. Now, if my Elise is doing a full clear, I see it on the minimap. I know when she's going to finish the full clear because I see the also right now you have the timers of the camps that are coming up or the what she's going to do, right? So you can make sure that you know when to move. Okay? So yeah. Let's move on to the next one. Evelynn. Evelynn. Weakest jungler in the game. And needs engage as well, right? And playable. Like most of the junglers like here are going to need engage. By the way, most of the junglers are going to need engage. Need some frontline, need some CC, right? Need some action. Why is engage so important with, for example, Ekko, Elise, Diana? Because CC plus damage is very strong, right? So if you play Lulu, you have no CC for Evelynn to set up her damage. If you have like Rel, you do, right? Or if you have Nautilus, it's super easy. Like you do also some damage initially, and then they can follow up and finish the target. And that's how you snowball the game. Now Evelynn, similar as Ekko, right? Or similar as Diana. Start warding trinket level 1, defensive vision level 1 in your jungle entrance to avoid early invades. 100%. Now, same thing. Diana has to full clear, so Evelynn has to full clear. Nothing changes here. If Diana doesn't get punished early game, you're winning. Hard winning, by the way. I will even... If Evelynn doesn't get punished early game, you are hard winning. Hard winning. I don't think you have to sync up with Evelynn, by the way. Evelynn is very good at making her own play, right? She's probably going to gank bot lane. Super easy for her to gank bot lane as well, because bot lane gets killed every single time. So, yeah, this is like super easy. Like the entire game plan should be, if you're playing with Evelynn, make sure that she doesn't get invaded. She gets to level 6, insane. She doesn't love void grabs. I don't think she loves anything. Play after level 6, don't ever plays. Or ganks, what was I don't force place when before 6, right? If there's a free gank, then it's obviously there's a free gank. Now I wanted to say something. Warding jungle entrance, big priority. Now Elise, I mean Evelynn, compared to Diana and Ekko, is a champion that probably gets invaded most of the times, because then there's like a very weak jungler compared to other ones, right? That doesn't have a really good escape. Ekko and Diana can still, like Ekko can jump out, he has the W, Diana has some decent damage if she's full HP, if she doesn't get like engaged on first fight, she can still fight a skirmish, but Evelynn is like super useless. Super useless. So the enemy junglers know this, and the enemy team knows this, so they will try to make sure that they punish the Evelynn, right? So warding your entrance is a big priority for you, right? You don't really want to... Going for deep vision is fine, but most of the times you are going to ward the river or the river entrance until she's level 6 or level... The game is going to evolve. Then you can look for deeper vision. What's up, JB? Esa guía palidece contra el terror de la grieta. Yumi, no. Don't talk about Yumi, guys. Don't talk about Yumi. Let me check if Evelynn and Yumi is still strong. Yeah, just check and it's still strong. It's not strong. If you want to play League of Legends normal, like a normal player, it's not strong. You cannot play Yumi Evelynn and expect to win a game, right? If you are not below bronze. I don't like kitties. I love cats. I prefer cats than dogs, honestly. But I don't like Yumi. Yumi is not a cat. It's a parasite. Remember that. Coach, I played Neeko support from Iron 4, Bronze 2 now in 3 days. Let's go, Ata. Amazing. I love Neeko. Neeko is one of my favorite supports. Now, on paper, Yumi and Evelynn works. Because Yumi on top of Evelynn, they don't see the Q, they don't see Evelynn, they don't see Yumi. Amazing. Now, Yumi doesn't provide early pressure, early vision, moves to defend the jungle, right? That's why it works in lower elo. Sure, but I'm not here to show you how to play the game incorrectly, right? If you play Evelynn and Yumi, and your Evelynn is going to get perma-invaded, and you're not going to do anything. So, sure, you can choose one of two games, probably in elo that is like slower, and enemy jungle is not playing the game. But if you are playing against normal players that want to try to punish the Evelynn, it's going to be terrible for you. Maybe you end up winning, but it's not going to be a nice experience, right? At least the document or this spreadsheet is not like for that. But sure, like the combo later on is good. Like there's a lot of good combos later. Okay, Fiddlesticks is going to be a weak champion early game. It's very similar. We have very similar champions. Like, that's the good thing, right? You don't have to... some champions have some things. Like, for example, Diana, Evelynn, and Ekko are very similar, but they have some differences, right? From them. So Fiddlesticks, again, the same thing. No enchanter, please. With Fiddlesticks, 100%, you see? Like here, I say it as well. No enchanter, CC is good. Start warding trinket, I think it's the same thing, right? Don't overcomplicate it. I don't think we have to add anything different. Evelynn has to full clear. Fiddlestick has to full clear. No? Fiddle has to full clear. If Fiddlestick doesn't get punished early, game, you're hard winning. Now, Fiddlestick has something with Diana, is that Fiddlestick loves Void Grabs as well, right? He does Void Grabs really fine. Play after level 6. Don't first place till 1 or 2 items. And we change this. What do we do is make sure you deny enemy vision for ultimate, right? So when you play with Fiddlesticks, he's going to try to use the ultimate he wants to use the ultimate in objectives to hard win the game, right? So you need to get control wards, maybe 1 or 2 sweepers. Good uses of sweeping, and make sure that you track enemy wards. Maybe this is more for Diamond Plus, but you want to make sure that Fiddlestick is not seen and he can play around the game better, right? So the similar thing as Brand, play around neutral objectives, right? Play around objectives. Neutral, right? Play around objectives, also super important with his level 6. So you see that it changes a bit. Diana and Ekko is very good to attack in a side lane, right? You attack in a side lane, you kill side lane, you get the tower very easy, and you can play towers with these champions. Now, Evelynn is also like going to be more independent, and Fiddlestick is also a bit more independent in that sense. And Fiddlestick wants to play around objectives, loves Void Grabs, so you can be sure that you move around that, and you want to deny enemy vision. The less vision the enemy has, the better it's going to be for Fiddlestick. For example, Evelynn, it doesn't matter because she's not seen. And as I said, it's more as an independent champion. Fiddlestick is also independent, meaning that you don't really have to sync up with Fiddlesticks because his entire kit revolves around playing around his level 6, right? If he plays around his level 6, then you're fine. But the Diana and Ekko, even if their level 6 is fine, is there are more fighting champions, which is better to play around them and together with them, right? The same as Elise, for example. Okay? Let's move on into for another one. We have Gragas. So Gragas is not a weak champion early game, but it's not like that strong to start invading. It's pretty average. Level 3 is already fine. He's not going to be like have a problem. He's a ganking champion. He wants to gank 100%. And I don't really care what I play with Gragas, I think, right? I added Gragas like probably, I don't care, or what did I add Gragas to? Wait, Gragas is on engaged champion? But you see that he doesn't really need engage. The red ones is like the engage champion. I mean, sometimes engage is always nice, but I think it doesn't really matter, right? Both are fine. I would like engage, but both are fine, right? Both are okay. Like for example, this type of champions would be good with Gragas, okay? Elise maybe as well, fine. It's okay. So yeah. Now Gragas a bit special, no? Vision 1, Vision and cover level 1. What should we do? I think we start the Sweeper. I would start Sweeper all the time. Sweeper start level 1. Sweeper start level 1. Cover my entrance to avoid them get information. That's it. I would say this. I would not I would not get a ward level 1 with my Gragas. I don't think he can get invaded, or he might get invaded. He could get invaded, but it's rare, and I prefer to have Sweeper to make sure that I can gank. I can get ganked. Some games it will change around, but well. General game plan with Gragas. I think it's like very similar to Cho'Gath, right? Or Amumu. What did I say with Amumu? Secure is clear till level 6. You need to involve another carry. Yeah, you need to involve another carry with Gragas. So what I would say with this is that you make a play Gragas and you together with your top. Gragas and you, AD carry. Gragas and you, a mid laner. Right? Laners have more value than Gragas. So you need to get some people more ahead. and Gragas is not like the real carry. Some Gragas players that go full AP, they got Magi's and they snowball the game, they're really good. They can carry 1v9. Obviously, jungle is a very broken role. But you probably want to have your AD carry fed, or your top laner or mid laner, whoever is stronger in the game, or whoever has better chances to carry the game. Will this document be shared when you are done? It's already in the video description. Yeah, done is shared. So you can find this document already. Rakan is cool. Yeah, Rakan is great. Hello, what's up, Hannes? We doing one of those again? Great. Yeah, we're doing one for jungle this time around. A bit different. Like, we have early potential, the pathing, synergy with champions, and a bit of like game plan explained, right? So now, if I'm playing with Gragas, Gragas is not my top priority. Like, you remember that I say with Ekko, Diana, I'm paying attention. What is my Diana doing? Does my Diana need? Does my Ekko need? What is my Ekko doing next? Gragas, I'm playing a bit more for myself, what I think is the best for the game, right? So not overforcing and playing around Gragas that much, right? So it's the same thing as Cho'Gath. I think Gragas as well works a bit with any support champion, really. Important information with Gragas. What would I say with Gragas? I will not say anything. Make sure you find the win condition in your team and play around that. Try to involve Gragas, helping. Try to. I mean, what can I say? Important info. I mean, there's no much important info. What could we say about Gragas? Important information. There's no much information I want to say. Good damage, but not good burst damage. I would say it's like good burst damage. Careful if you can't one shot in one rotation. Usually involve more involve teammates in your place. Yeah, this is what I was saying. One of the common mistakes is like going together with Gragas, going to the jungle, you find enemy jungler, it's minute 14, minute 15, or minute 16, or whatever, and you try to make a play and you don't one shot, and then you get caught and you die, right? So I would make sure that I always involve someone from my team. Like I say here, that's the most important part for me. That you use Gragas to involve people. Now, you can one-shot people if Gragas is in a fine spot in the game and you have some damage. Like with Pantheon Gragas, you might be able to do something. But yeah, that's a bit, that's common sense, right? What's up, Musky? Good morning, coach. Hope everything is going well. Cool stream content today for sure. Let's get it. It's a bit awkward, but the Gragas explanation. But it's just about that. It's like not a champion to take into consideration that much, right? It's not, I will not prioritize Gragas, right? Like other champions we have seen already. All right, Graves. So Graves is very strong early game, right? He's strong early game. He wants to full clear. He can do a bit of both, but he probably wants to full clear. And he needs engage, right? Like, hello again, we need engage. Why you need engage is because it's the same thing as probably Bel'Veth. I would say like Bel'Veth is very similar. You can full clear or he can invade, right? So what could we do with Graves? I think starting Warding Trinket is fine. I mean, you can do anything with Graves. Like Graves is very... The thing is that Graves... Important information. Let's start with important information. Graves can invade. Can invade or can just full clear, right? If potion start, he might invade, right? So you know already what is happening. If he starts with potion, Instead of, if you start with potion, he wants to invade, right? Most of the times. If he doesn't start with potion, then he wants to full clear. Now, important information. Sync up anytime you can with him. Right? I would say this. Then with him. General game plan with Graves. Graves can carry very easy when ahead. So play around him. CC plus damage. Damage very strong. As always, we know. You can play with enchanters to be fair with Graves, but I don't think you want enchanters with Graves to be fair. I really think you CC and kill. It's very, very easy. Now what do you do level 1? Cover. You can do a lot of stuff level 1. You can just start with sweeper. I will start with ward maybe. Make sure that you ward. I think it's very... Where is it? Here, start with warding trinket, defensive vision level 1 against strong junglers, ward enemy jungle. I think this one is better, right? Why not sweeper? Because you want to, or the information on the enemy jungle, or you want to make sure that you have defensive information so he doesn't get invaded, or when he invades, he doesn't get invaded after, right? So you can pay attention to your camps. So yeah, I would say this. What's up, Melly? Hey, coach, this looks helpful. That's what I try. That's what I try. This is what I try. This is what I try. So, Grace can carry very easy one ahead. Play around him. CC plus strong. If AD carry can 1v2, play with Jungler. Play with Graves. This is what I want you guys to understand, right? If your Jungler can play 1v2, or if your AD carry can play 1v2, you play with Graves. Like hand by hand. When I say play with Graves, you are on top of Graves. He goes to enemy raptors, you go there. Every time, like, he has to do Gromp, Wolves, and then he goes to enemy river, you are there. He does Gromp, Wolves, Raptors, and he goes to enemy river, you are there. Right? Every time he leaves the jungle to go anywhere, you try to connect. Super easy game to play, right? He finishes a full clear. What's my Graves doing? A lot of mistakes. Playing the bot lane. Oh, my Graves is invading enemy jungle. Oh, I guess I cannot go there, I'm bot lane. And you are just chilling in bot, right? All of this, you have to pay attention to your level 6 and ward item, that you guys know as well. But pay attention to what Graves is doing. Now, we just did Gragas. As I said, Gragas, we don't care that much, right? What Gragas is doing. Let's go for the next one. Gwen. If you have any questions, you can tell me. Gwen is pretty weak early. She wants to full clear, and she can play... I would think, I mean, Gwen can play with both, honestly, but enchanters are broken with Gwen. Enchanters are broken with Gwen. Did I add Gwen or here enchanters? Doesn't matter, no? She can play with both. Enchanter is so strong with Gwen. So strong, but both work as well. You can have CC with Gwen and you can have Enchanter with Gwen. But Enchanter is so OP. But I will still add both, to be fair. So what type of champions I like to play with Gwen? Rel is never bad, Leona, and for example Pantheon, right? Nautilus is also fine. Now Lulu is broken with Gwen, Millie is strong with Gwen, Yuumi is good with Gwen, but the problem of Yuumi is that Yuumi is very bad in helping Gwen out, right? Later on in the game is the same as Evelynn, but it has some problems, right? Karma is good. What else supports do we have? Senna, Rakan is really good, honestly. I would add Rakan and I would add Bard. Rakan and Bard, that's fine. Rakan and Bard. And Bard. Alright. Gwen needs the same treatment as Ekko, for example. Start warding trinket, defensive ward level 1, enjoy entrance at 120 to avoid early evades. 100%. Same thing as Ekko. Ekko has to full clear, Gwen has to full clear, right? There's no question about that. If Ekko doesn't get punished early, if Gwen doesn't get punished early, then you're winning. Sync up with her, OP. So when you can sync up, you can play. Play silent attack with Gwen is good, or just in general, play Don't overforce play, still 1 or 2 items. I would say 2 items is better. And then avoid... what do we say? What would I say? I mean, she can play Voigraphs, no? I mean, Gwen loves Voigraphs as well. It helps a lot to play Voigraphs. It's easy for Gwen to play for Voigraphs, and also like it's good for Gwen later on in the game to have Voigraphs to make plays. And that's it. Not much more. I would say she gets really strong with 3 items, right? But well, don't overforce too much plays. Let her scale, right? Slow game is good game till she's stronger. Okay, next one. Hecarim. Okay, Hecarim changes a bit. You want a full clear, and now you want an enchanter 100%. So with Hecarim, what works is Lulu. I'm dropping a lot of Medio, but I mean Medio is just very strong at the moment, so that's why I'm dropping Medio. Seraphine, I mean Soraka probably you can play as well. Yumi as well is very strong. Zillion is also strong. Sona is also fine. Rakan is also really good. And Taric is also very strong with Hecarim, right? Because you can link the Hecarim, he can go in, you can ult him, and he can do like a lot of stuff. Exactly the same thing. Start warding Trinket, and you want to ward, right? There's no way you are going to play aggressive with Ivern. Hecarim has to full clear. Alright. The same thing. I think it's the same. For sure the same thing as well. He has to full clear. If he doesn't get invaded early game, you are winning. And you can sync up with him. So with Enchanter, it's a bit hard to move around the map with the jungler. But if you can move around the map with Hecarim and he's strong, then it's going to be like nice. Hecarim loves to play Voigraphs as well. Very easy for him to do. Loves Voigraphs. And then don't overforce. Place 2 items, 1 or 2 items strong, right? Usually with 2 items is very strong. 3 items is OP. If you can get that before the enemy jungler or before the enemy team, then it's good. Now I wanted to add something with Hecarim. What do I add with Hecarim? I think this is fine. I think this is okay. Don't overforce plays. What mistake I usually see when I see you play with Hecarim? The main mistakes that I see when you are playing with Hecarim, Gwen, Fiddlesticks is that you have to understand that the brain of these players work in a way that they want to farm, right? They want to farm. So for example, you gank bot lane, you kill, and they have Gromp up, walls up, or it's coming up. They are going to go towards their camps and do the camps, right? So you cannot overextend a lot of plays when you're playing with full clear champions, because they are going to see their camps like a top priority. And also a lot of guides or a lot of jungle players, you say just farm, get strong, ignore your team, and full clear, right? It's like this mentality. So when you see like your champion, your younger player playing a full clear champion, he's going to full clear a lot of times. So you have to wait, and usually for them to finish their full clear, and then you play. It might be slower, it might be worse, it might be missing opportunities, but it's better than just doing it on your own and then dying, right? And then blaming the jungler. Oh, you should be here. No, I want a full clear. Low elo on NA, Hecarim is mad diving level 2. Well, I mean, I've seen Hecarim. Usually what Hecarims do is full clear towards bot lane. Level 4, they run you down and they kill enemy bot lane. That's how I see Hecarim. Every Hecarim is like that. They get a double kill on bot lane every single time. Alright, let's move on. Let's keep going. I don't think there is much more important information, no? To say about Hecarim. I'm missing something. Maybe I'm missing something. Alright, let's go for the next one. Ivern. Early game. I think early game of Ivern is average, right? It's not weak, it's not that strong. He could look for maybe some full clear, I mean some level 1 cheese, steal the camp. Ivern is ganking or hybrid. I mean, I will explain you, Ivern, what how Ivern is played. Now, Ivern needs pro lane engage. These are the best champions with Ivern. 100%. I mean, we can add Pantheon because he has some damage as well. Why not? Nautilus as well. Ivern, playing Enchanted with Ivern, if you can play an engaged champion, is way better. If you play Enchanted champion with Ivern, you are griefing a lot, right? What more tanky champions do we have here that I forgot? What else do we have? Tamkench, maybe. Do we have more tanky champions? I mean, Shen is fine. We don't have more tanky champions. What other champions have synergy? We can add Shen here. Why not? Tamkench. Why not? What other tanky champions do we have? Yeah, I'm forgetting some tanky champs. I don't think there's other champions here, no? Skarner. You can add. Well, to be fair, Skarner. Sejuani, maybe, if you want. I don't know. Taric. I mean, Taric is not that tanky, and it's not the greatest with Ivern. I would say it's fine skirmishing with. I would say can be good. It can be good. It could be good. It could be good. Maokai. I didn't say Maokai? Yeah, Maokai. Let's go Maokai. So... Super level 1? Yeah. I don't think Ivern gets a... I mean, Ivern is just going to get this clear. Maybe you can drop a ward in the river at level 1 if you want to avoid him getting invaded. You could get invaded as Ivern, so you have to be careful. If Warding Trinket, not bad to cover for first clear. Poppy. I would change Tankens for Poppy. I agree with Danny. I think Poppy is better than Tankens. Right, general game plan. General game plan. All right. So Ivern is a support in the jungle. He comes to a lane and AFK shadow, AFK cover and play with them. That's all. I mean, I don't know what Ivern does. It's just like that. He goes to a lane, he covers, he sits there, starts spawning bushes, and plays for an objective, drags someone around, and just play. And it's just an enchanted in the jungle with a weird golem around, running around. Right? Important information. Tank is broken with Ivern because of the value of his shield and the damage. You become like a very tanky champion with Ivern, and you can do a lot of damage as well, right? With him next to you. You don't play around Ivern, he plays around you, right? That's how I would explain it, right? Ivern plays around you. Ivern plays around you. That's all. I don't think you have to even think about Ivern that much in the game. You have to look again for some other carries in... look who can carry in your team, or find who can carry in your team and play around that. You can play a carry champion yourself, like Pantheon. I think it's more like who can carry in my team, and then it's fine. All right, let's go for Jarvan right now. Jarvan is the strongest champion in the game, probably 1v1. All right. The jungle, I put Jarvan on Enchanted good. Jarvan is the best champion in the jungle, or one of the best champions in the jungle, to create space and play together with an Enchanted and a hyper carry. Why is Jarvan the best champion to play around hyper carry? Let's put it here. Very good with hyper carry plus Enchanted. Right? He has engage plus creates space without. Strong early to transition, weak bot lanes. Alright, so how Jarvan works is he's fine in the jungle, he doesn't need your help, he can gank you, He can create space. He has engage, so you don't need to play engage. So you can play like just enchanters and a scaling bot lane, and it's going to be fine. Now, if you play engage champion, is it a problem? Not really, right? But I mean, I would not add Yumi here. I would add a champion, no? Like Senna, for example. Who cares? How did you learn all of this information? Is it just years of playing and studying? Yeah, it's a lot of studying. A lot of studying. And talking with players and experience, yeah. A lot of being in a team, knowing what the junglers like, what they don't like, what I like, what other people like, common knowledge, and yeah, all of this. A lot of studying. And I studied the jungle. When you transition from player to professional player to professional coach, the most important role in the game is jungle. So my jungle knowledge is probably higher than my support knowledge in some situations, especially in competitive setting. I would not say higher. I would say it's right there. It's the same value. So yeah. Okay. Jarvan, I think super start is good. You can start a warding trinket and go for the first clear, or you can get information as well. General game plan with Jarvan. General game plan with Jarvan. If you play strong bot, play around that. If your AD carry is not going to be relevant, I would say out to extend. If your AD carry is not the main carry, let's say Ziggs, right? Play around with J4, play around G4, play with G4. With G4 towards the carry. Okay, top, mid, no? Like, it's very easy to understand. I don't think you have to... That's it. If you play strong bot lane, play around that. If your AD carry is not the main carry, like Ziggs, for example, he can play alone, or Mel, or I don't know, Seraphine, play with Jarvan towards the carry. When you need someone to be strong in the game, right? Play together with Jarvan. So, yeah. I think this is the main idea. Sweeper level 1 is really good to get ganked. You can go warding trinket, not bad to cover for his first clear. Maybe you got information level 1. Warding trinket. I mean, I think warding trinket is better. Warding trinket if you want info in a new jungle. Ooh, what's up, Blue Ricker? Can I ask a question which has nothing to do with the list? I mostly play Nami and Pyke at the moment, but I run into the problem with Pyke that after the mid game you don't seem to have as much of an impact. Need to fit for hook, and I have a hard time to turn around and fight if one enemy is very fed. Would it be good to swap to Pantheon? Though about it because he seems to have more carry potential. Pyke and Pantheon are very similar, by the way. Like in mid game and late game, you are going to drop a lot of pressure and you have to be creative and understand how to snowball from those positions, right? I think Pyke is harder and Pantheon is a bit easier because if you are fed, you can do more 1v1s and 1v2s maybe. So yeah, Pantheon can help you. Try with Pantheon and see how it goes. All right, moving to the next one, Jax. Some junglers, I'm like, why are they here, right? Why is Jax here? But all right, let's get Jax. Jax is not that weak, but it's not that strong. I think it's average. He wants to full clear. He can do a bit of both, right? He can be like full clear ganking, look for fights. And he likes, I think both, no? Did I add both or Enchanter good? No, I add Enchanter good. I think both are fine. It's a bit very similar to what's called, to Jarvan. I mean, Jarvan, no, I would say to Gwen, right? It's a bit similar to Gwen. The problem is that, the thing is that Jax is, like Jax is counter. So Jax is usually picked into counter of Xin Zhao, for example. He's picked into Xin Zhao, right? Because he's pretty good into him, and he usually picked like as a counter of Xin Zhao, but well. So the same thing as Gwen. I think these champions work really good with Jax. You can add Taric. I will add Taric instead of Rel. Maybe Leona is not the great. I mean, Leona's fine. It's good skirmish potential. So, Stat Ward Trinket level 1, you have to secure the first clear, right? So, it's the same as Amumu, right? So, need to secure the first clear. If against strong jungler, drop a ward to defend the possible gank. Super stat if not to secure ganks. 100%. He can gank and do full clears, right? Compared to Gwen, that is going to full clear into full clear, starting Ward Trinket 100% gives you more value because she's not going to gank you, or she doesn't have the potential to gank you, but Jax does because she has a good jump, he has CC, he has decent damage, right? So it's fine. Now, I would say it's a bit like like Graves, right? I would say Jax is a bit like Graves in the sense that he can also invade and he can carry really easy when he's like very strong. If you play around him, he's going to be very strong. If AD carry can play alone, then you want to play around Jax. Jax is a strong carry, like in the top lane and in the jungle. So if he gets ahead and you get him ahead, it's going to be very useful. Especially if your AD carry can 1v2. Yeah, counter of Xin Zhao and a lot of auto-attackers, right? Yeah, usually it's counter of Xin Zhao. Important information. Big power spike at 1 and 2 items, right? So when he has 1 item, you want to play for him. Now I will say the same thing as I said with Graves. You want to sync up anytime you can, right? It's not a champion you want to leave alone and just watch how he plays. You want to play constantly with him and make sure that you guys can get a lead together, right? Now we are going for a champion that, for example, doesn't need to be played around. Karthus, very weak, he wants to full clear, and he wants engage. Karthus is the same champion as Fiddlesticks, right? He wants the same champions as Fiddlesticks. He wants the same thing as Fiddlesticks, right? You need to make sure that your security is clear. He has to full clear, so it's the same thing. It's not the same thing as Evelynn, but well, if Karthus doesn't get punished early game, you hard winning. Also, Karthus is a great champion to invade the enemy jungle if the enemy jungle does mistakes, which usually happens good in early game. And the problem is that your Karthus in lower elos will probably not try to invade the enemy jungle. If he does, he's probably smurfing, because I don't see like low elo players be that confident on invading the enemy jungle, but he should. All right, so very similar to Fiddlesticks, Karthus loves to play void grabs, so you have to make sure that you pay attention to that. Play after level 6. I don't think you care about playing after level 6. Play for objectives. I don't think you care to play around objectives. I don't think you care about denying vision like that much with Karthus. What Karthus likes is don't overforce plays for level 6. And I'm going to give you something that no other junglers, that we didn't say to any other junglers, is make sure slow game, play for his farm, right? This is the most important one. Do you sync up with Karthus and try to make plays? You can, because if you CC, he can drop some Qs, you are going to kill. But it's the same thing as who is it? It's the same thing, maybe as Hecarim, like in AD. They're very similar, maybe. I would say you can sync up with them, but he's like very independent champion, right? You want to play your game. He can assist you with the ultimates. He's going to be around the game as well. You don't have to take care of him like you do with Diana or Ekko, because Diana and Ekko are very explosive in the game. They want to look for plays. They want to look for like maybe a dive here and there. And Karthus is just farming, drop an ultimate, maybe look for, after a farm, look for a play, then reset, then invade enemy camps, get some farm. And usually they are not that proactive. So playing with Karthus is going to be painful because you are probably not playing a lot, right? So you don't want to really overforce with him. Don't overforce plays in general, I would say, not even before 6, in general. Now, if he wants to play, right, and he wants to make plays, then it's fine. You can go together, and later on when he has good items, he's going to destroy the game. Okay. Kayn. Oh my god, Kayn. How many champions we have? Kayn is very unique champ as well. So what would you say Kayn early is? Weak? Is it weak? Strong is not strong. I don't think it's that weak. the early game of Kayn. I think it's average. Kayn is like a very weird champion because he wants to fight, but he wants to... Kayn is a very complex champion to understand because he wants to get the form early on, so he will look for his transformation. He can invade, he can use full clear, he can do a lot of stuff. It's not weak. Yeah, for sure it's not weak, but it's not that strong, no? I mean, it's not stronger than Bel'Veth, but it's not weak. What do we say with Kayn? So with Kayn, I would say, for example, Nautilus is good. I would say Rel is good. I would say Leona is good. I would say Thresh is good. Thresh can be good. Alistar can be good. I mean, Rakan can be good. I mean, I would say, for example, Pantheon is better than Rakan, and I would say like Elise is good. All of this, I would say, is good for a blue Kayn, right? So all of this is good for blue Kayn, and then if you are playing Lulu, Nami, Milio, Yana maybe. Something that just makes survivability, no, of Kayn a bit more. Then I would say, what other enchanter can be good? Senna, I hate Senna. I hate Senna so much. Long fights, extended fights. What champions like those type of fights? Soraka. We can say Soraka. I mean, the problem that Soraka, I mean, it's the anti-heal gets a lot of value, but it's okay against Red Kayn or with Red Kayn. I think you understand it, no? If I do this, you guys understand. One is for blue Kayn and one is for red Kayn, right? So Kayn, Kayn is going to do something special, right? He's going to be defensive when he is playing against a jungler that can invade him. And he's going to play aggressive when he's going to be able to abuse a jungler that cannot invade him, right? Yeah, there's a lot of supports that can be a very good fit, right? But just in general, I think it's very easy to understand, like, important info, red Kayn, enchanter, good, and blue Kayn, engage good. CC plus damage, no? It's like the entire thing. The thing is, what was I saying? So you want enemy jungle strong, ward, secure, clear. Enemy jungle weak. You can ward enemy jungle for info. Kayn can abuse this, right? Now, general game plan is a champion that you want to make sure that you are playing around as well. I think it's Bel'Veth, Elise type of champion, Briar type. I will say this. I think it's like Bel'Veth. I like the Bel'Veth description, to be fair. Be ready to move towards Kayn plays. The entire first 40 minutes, the most important champion is Kayn, right? Kayn also loves void grabs. Kayn loves void grabs. Do you cover Briar or is not a champion for you? Yeah, for Briar, I know you main Briar. This is like what I said. Early, strong. I was doubting to say strong or average. Pathing is going to be a hybrid. I mean, you can gank, full clear, both. I think Engage and Enchanter are fine with her, especially this type of champions. Then I say super level 1, you cover enemy getting information where Briar is starting to make it easy for her to invade the enemy jungle without them knowing. It also setups better the ganks. So I would say you don't really need a warding trinket to cover. Maybe you want to cover the first clear, but I don't think it's like the Briar can do it on her own. Karma and Zillion are awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know Zillion. Maybe I can change Annie for Zillion. We can change Annie for Zillion, probably. Good champion to play around if you already carry 1v2. Briar has to snowball early to have a good game. Strong with one item spike, very strong with two items. When Briar has item, play more aggro with her. You think Briar is very weak on first clear? So we have to secure first clear, you think is better? Superstar level 1. So we can change it. If you say that, I mean, my knowledge of Briar is, if you're OTP, you know more. First clear, you mean? The weak first clear. All right, we can adapt. So we can start Warding Trinket, and we can secure the first clear. That's fine with me. Start Warding Trinket, Defensive Vision, level 1. All right. So we can change this to this one. All right, perfect. Changed. I will add a note. OTP Briar info. Briar first clear is very weak. Needs help. After that, good. Good champion to play around. If you're ready, can stumble. And I think after this is good. What is the power spike of first camp? The first camp. I mean, then it's fine. I mean, your first camp, it's fine, no? Like it's the same. Your first camp after level 2. Once you get level 2, not getting invaded level 1. But that's something you can do yourself in the jungle. You know what I mean? You can do that yourself in the jungle, right? So then it's fine what I was saying then. I think super level start, I think it's fine. You can do, I mean, if it's the first camp and you know it's the first camp, you can do it yourself with Briar, right? If you get invaded on blue buff, that means that you're starting blue or red, then you can ward for yourself, no? Or you can ask for a ward. I think sweeper is better then. If they are smart, late invade on Raptors, you are done. I mean, then you ward your Raptors, no? That's fine. All right, I will add it to the notes. What is the power spike of Briar normally? OTP Briar care getting invaded on first camp till level 2. But in my opinion, jungler should cover this issue. Oh, super still strong. Yeah, obviously level 3 you have to gank. And I'm asking for the item power spike. What is the item power spike? I will do this, by the way. It's like better, no? Blue Kayn here and red Kayn there. First one is huge, no? So as I said, strong with 1 item spike, very strong with 2 items, no? When Briar has item, play more aggro with her. Yeah, I think it's fine. Be ready to move towards Kayn plays the entire first minutes. Alright. Perfect, thank you for the info. Thank you for the info about Briar. I have not played Briar at all. I know a bit of the champion. Not a popular champion competitive. So let's move on. How many champions did we do already? I think we are almost halfway, by the way. It's going to be another 4-hour stream. 4-hour stream, guys. It's coming. Alright. It's coming. 4 hours just talking about junglers, guys. I want to talk about support. Alright. Kha'Zix, early game. Weak. Full clear. And Kha'Zix likes engage champions, right? I mean, for sure I did drop Kha'Zix here, no? Engage, yeah. You can play some enchanters with Kha'Zix. I think it's a bit similar as the Gragas one. You can play some... I don't know why I dropped Soraka here. But you can play some champions with Kha'Zix. Shen, I like Shen actually. Let's put an off-meta champion. Shen is good with Kha'Zix. Maybe you could even go Galio. Kha'Zix Galio is also fine. 4 hours, let's go. Yeah, I'm crazy. I'm a bit crazy. Doing all of this stuff. All of this stuff, guys, so you can win your solo queue games. As support and you know what to pick. Alright, so why did I say Nami here? Why is Nami here, by the way? Wait. Leona is better, no? Galio, for example, is better than Lulu. Thresh, for example, is better. I think this is fine. I like this. Enchanters, not that good. Not that bad, but I prefer engage with Kha'Zix, honestly. Alright, so warding level 1. There's no way you go red trinket. You need to make secure the entrance of Kha'Zix for sure, or give vision for him. Now, what else? I think it's the same thing as Jax. Kha'Zix is very similar to Jax. The good thing is that already we can copy paste and we can explain some details of the champion, right? So Kha'Zix can carry very easy when ahead. Play around him, CC plus damage strong. He's going to be like Ekko or Diana. Look at Ekko here. Play silent attack with Ekko. So it's the same thing with Kha'Zix, right? Kha'Zix, he's very bad at doing boy grabs, honestly. I think Kha'Zix prefers to do dragons. Don't over 4 plays till level I will say don't over 4 plays till level 6. Till level 6. Sync up for invades with Kha'Zix. So syncing up very strong as well, especially in enemy jungle. You can do a lot with Kha'Zix if you make sure that you CC plus damage very strong. All right, I don't think there's much else to say about Kha'Zix. Let's go with Kindred, which is also another champion that is very interesting, right? So Kindred is a strong early game, weaker average early game. I would not say weak. I mean strong. Oh, all right. Let's see if we can explain hybrid. And I will say you need. I mean, you can play with both. Engage and Enchanter are fine. What do I usually say with Kindred? I say both, no? 100% both. It's a bit. I think when I think about Kindred, I think a bit about Kayn as well. I like a bit of both champions with Kindred. I like Nautilus. I like the Rel as well. It's fine. Leon is good. Pantheon is good. Braum is really good because of the auto attacks. Then Lulu is good. Emilio is good. Zillian, alright. Emilio, why not? I mean, any other enchanter. What other enchanter do you have? Janna, why not Janna? You go with Janna. Janna can also roam, can move. So, Kindred has a very interesting Kindred has a very interesting game plan, right? It depends on the Kindred you're playing, but he's going to look for invades 100%. He has to look for invades. It's like a bit of it's Graves style as well, but Graves is a bit. What is Graves? Graves can carry very easy one ahead, play around him, CC plus strong. If yeah, I think this Graves can invade or just full clear. I mean, this is the same thing with Kindred. Kindred usually invades, can invade or just can full clear. If potion start, sync up anytime you can with him, right? What did I say? What did I say? So I will do warding trinket with him, defensive vision if the enemy jungler is stronger, and aggressive vision if the enemy jungler is weaker, right? Like with Graves, 100%. I would do the same. And then what I would do is that I think it's similar to Graves, right? You want to play around him, but you want to make sure that the entire game is around Kindred, right? It's a champion that is very similar to Kayn. Kayn, Kindred, and Bel'Veth are very similar champions. Obviously, they're very unique. Obviously, Kayn, Kindred, and Bel'Veth, they have different things. That obviously, but it's the same thing. The game is around their champion. Like they make the entire game about them. They want to be the protagonist, right? These champions. If you don't play around Kindred, you don't play around Bel'Veth, you don't play around Kayn, your game is going to be hard. Especially as support, because as supports we have agency to play around them and make sure that they are accomplishing what they need, right? Now, if your Kayn or your Kindred sucks and they make bad decisions, it might be a bit harder to play the game, but still you are trying, and even if you do bad decisions, if you do them together, usually it's better than let them do the random stuff, you know? I've been waiting for this. Yeah, Sadus, let's get it. It's good advice. Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of supports that just FK. Kindred gets ins or looks for an evade. They don't follow. The game goes to shit, right? It's very punishing champions when the things go really wrong. It's hard to recover if you're a carry champion, if you're behind. Very difficult to recover. Now, usually, when they pick this type of champions, they are confident in their abilities to carry. So the players that play these champions normally are decent, right? You can also, you will have exceptions, but if you find a gold Kindred, it's not going to be like a challenger Kindred, but he's going to play better than probably an Amumu, right? Amumu maybe is filled, maybe he's playing like, he's not very good mechanically, right? He's not that confident on solo carrying the game. So this is also like important to understand like the psychology on why they pick a champion. If I pick Sejuani, I'm filled, right? I'm a super main playing Sejuani, trying to be useful, but the game is not around me, right? It's not about me. But this type of champions, this type of players want the game to be around them. So yeah, it is what it is. That's why it's more important than your AD carry most of the times. So what else do we have to say? Be ready to move towards Kindred, obviously towards the marks. Kindred can invade or use full clear, sync up with him anytime. And I want to say something else. I think it's fine, no? I think it's okay. What else? I think it's okay. I think it's no much else that I would say. Important information. Once he gets 4 marks, for example, he gets really strong. I think the 4 marks, it's like 4 marks. 4 marks is good. It's good. One item spike if ahead. OP, right? That's what I would say. Like if he gets Kraken very early, like I'm if Kindred gets Kraken at minute like very early, right, in the game, and no one has item, like I'm with Kindred the entire game. I'm not leaving Kindred. He's my AD carry. My AD carry, I don't know who it is, right? I don't play bot lane. What do you mean? I'm a golem. All right, let's go for the next one. Lee Sin, very popular one and very all right. Lee Sin strong, pathing is ganking. And he wants engage. If you play Enchanter with Lee Sin, you are griefing your Lee Sin. It happens. If you're a Enchanter player, it is what it is, right? You play your Enchanter. There is no problem with that. But Lee Sin loves to play with CC, right? Similar to... What is similar? Similar to Jarvan, but Jarvan is better to create space. It's a bit similar to Elise, but not like that. We are going to talk about it as well. So Start Sweeper... I think it's good. It's good to start Sweeper. You get I think Sweeper 95% of the times is good. You deny vision for the enemy. You can look for invades. You can also ward enemy jungle if you want. I don't think it's bad. Now, the difference between, for example, Elise and Lee Sin is that Lee Sin doesn't make the game around him the entire time. He's more flexible in what he has to do. Right? So I would say like it's a bit like Briar, or I think it's a bit like Ambessa. Like the description of Ambessa is good. Good champion to play around if you're ready carry can 1v2 in bot lane. CC will help secure a lot of kills and snowball with him. Okay? Now, Lee Sin is very flexible. Is very champion. He can play for him, for objectives, for laners, right? Just identify in game what's the win con, right? And this is like a classic one, a very general one, but it's true. Lee Sin is great jungler in general because he has a good early game. He can gank. He can make a lot of plays, but he's very flexible on what he can do in game, right? He can carry 1v9 himself. He can play for a bot lane if a bot lane is strong. He can play for dragons. He can play for void grabs. He can invade. He can do everything, honestly. I don't think there is much he can do. Late game, he's useful. He has the kick. He can flank. He can engage, like if he plays really well. Now, the downside of Lee Sin, that maybe it's not like in the strongest moment or is the strongest power spikes with items compared to other champions, but or is really OP at the moment. But it's just like it's a very strong champion, an independent champion, and you can play with him, or you can decide to play with your AD carry, right? It's not like very wrong. Now, if you want to synergize well with him, you play engaged champion. If you want to play laning phase, let's say you have a Kog'Maw in lane, then you play your Lulu Kog'Maw or your Milio Kog'Maw, and you're going to be fine even if you have Lee Sin. Now you're going to miss some chances of playing with him together, but it's still going to be okay. It's not like the end of the world, right? If you were playing, for example, with a Kindred, then it's harder to play with hyper carry or to stay perma bot lane, in my opinion, because Kindred will look to play more like aggressive, especially in solo queue. But yeah. How to counter a support that follows enemy jungler? Set them. Have a better support. How supports can move that much without falling behind? Because supports don't need gold, and supports don't need level till only level 6. So once you get level 6, that's the only thing you need, a support. There's no more levels that you need. So that's why you can move more. What's up, Live 3000? Hello. Hello. All right, next one, Lillia. Also another one that is very misunderstood on how to play. So Lillia early game is not weak, it's pretty average, it's not that strong, but it's like a champion that looks for, I would say even strong, but it's average. Strong would be too much, but it's not that weak, honestly. I would say like it can be strong. With Lillia, you also want engaged champions. Why engaged champions are good with Lillia? Because it's the same thing as Ekko or Diana, right? Or Brand even. I would say Lilia's a bit of like Brand. So if we copy everything with Brand and we put it on Lillia and we go step by step and we change it. Look. Need to secure is clear. If against strong jungler, drop a ward to defend a possible invade. That can be true. Weaker jungler, ward to see where enemy starts. That's also fine, right? The thing is that Lillia can invade enemy camps if she's playing against a weaker jungler. So what you could do is if you play against a weak jungler, you can cover the camps. Like it's a bit like Bel'Veth in this sense, right? Bel'Veth needs to invade. No. I would say this. This can be good. We can change it around. Lillia can invade against versus weak junglers. Right. So what enemy jungle for early information? If Lillia invades, use wards to cover camps, right? That's also fine. Now, CC there was damage OP. You want to sync up with Lillia plays. If you can CC, she will one-shot. That's true. I mean, do you want to sync up with Lillia plays? You can link with Lillia plays. I think Lillia is a strong carry. But she's not. I mean, I think it's like Brand. It's fine. Lilia's very strong in Lillia. Lilia's very strong in skirmishes. She's fine. I don't think it's like very relevant information. Play around neutral objectives. Lillia loves void grabs. So probably you are going to fight there. Also, both of you are going to be level 6. I would say don't overforce till level 6 is a good idea. Don't overforce till level 6 and 1 or 2 items. I mean, she's also item dependent, right, Lillia? She needs her items also, so it's not a champion that, oh, if she's ahead and she has items, it's very strong. What else did I say? I think it's fine. I think it's okay. You have to just be careful. The game doesn't involve, it's not all about Lillia, but it's a bit like Hecarim. What is the Hecarim description? I like the Hecarim. Don't first place 1 or 2 items strong. Don't first till level 6 and 1 or 2 items. I agree with that. Now, teamfights are really nice with Lillia. She will full clear as well, no? So, I would say here, addicted, full clear, careful. Careful to force. I would say this. I would say the same with Lillia, to be fair. You have to be very careful for this. This is a problem with junglers, and you have to pay attention to this. Like, as I said before, do you do a gank in bot lane? It goes well. You are going to play for tower. Lillia goes to clear, right? Or Lillia is clearing because she has camps up. Don't fight, just wait a bit, right? So just wait for there to finish the clear and then you fight. Even if you miss an opportunity, even if you miss something, it's better than enemy jungle shows up, Lillia's clearing, and then you fight and die. Then you are losing. And yeah, you cannot imagine Lillia being there. Oh, if Lillia was here, yeah, well, if doesn't exist, no? That's a very solid way to see it. So you need to make sure that you are respecting. All right, Maokai. Early is strong. From Maokai, pathing, I would say ganking jungler is good. He can full clear as well. Hybrid is fine. I would say hybrid is okay. Ganking is okay. I think low elo is going to be ganking. Enchanter is good. It's a good champion to create space. You can play both, honestly, but I will say it as Jarvan. As Jarvan can be fine. CC is not bad with Maokai, I would say. CC is not bad, but Enchanter is a good opportunity for you to play Enchanter. It's the same thing as Jarvan. Very good with Hypercarries plus Enchanter. He has engaged plus create space with Ultimate. Strong early to transition to weak strong early to transition weak bot lanes, right? Lucian Melio, Lucian Nami, very good. Jinx, any Hypercarry, super good with Maokai. Maokai can transition all of that champions into mid to late game because you can just full clear towards bot lane. Very difficult to get invaded on. And you don't really need to play around Maokai, right? Things like Jarvan here. If you play strong bot lane, play around that. If your AD carry is not the main carry, like Ziggs, play with Maokai towards the carry. I think it's the same thing. I think it's the same. Play with Mao towards the carry, right? Same thing. If you don't have an hyper carry, if you have like a carry that is not going to do much in the game, like Miss Fortune, for example. Miss Fortune is a perfect example because Miss Fortune is a champion that it's fine 1v2 or Jhin is not going to be like probably like the main carry. It's a decent champion to play around, but sometimes you can kill if you have ultimates. But if you have another champion that is a bit stronger, that mid to late game, like for example Jax or like a Camille on top, and you can sync up and make sure that the Camille gets a bit ahead, then the Jhin can just be on its own or the whatever it is, like the Miss Fortune, and it's not like a big deal. Now if it's like a Jinx, then yeah, make sure that you are playing around Jinx all the time or Caitlyn, and then you will be fine, and make sure that Maokai plays around it as well. Superstar level 1, I think Superstar is good. I think this description is super good. I'm not saying Taric on this list much is because he's good with most, but not perfect. He's good, like, in general. He's not perfect champion, right? Like, for example, here I would change Taric for Bard, for example, right? I think Bard is better with Maokai. Maokai ults, gets the ultimate, Bard can ult, or Bard can ult, Maokai can ultimate. Not every champion is like Zillian, for example. I don't think Zillian is that good with Maokai here compared to other champions. Like, if we take here other ones, I think, for example, Leona can be better, right? I would pick Leona over Zillian, or maybe Rel over Zillian, right? Like, best super synergy, what I would pay more attention to is this, by the way. The both, or the engage, or enchanter. If you pay attention to this row, or this column, is way better than to paying attention to best support. Best support is the meta champions or common champions that you will see with these junglers, but it's not like, oh, I play Janna. Okay, play Janna with the Maokai, it's fine, right? It's not the end of the world. It's going to be fine. So, sometimes reading the description of the general game plan, you can also see, okay, the title says, I think of the stream says, AD carry, playing around jungler is better than AD carry, which is true. But there are jungle champions that don't require to be played around, like for example Maokai. So then I'm picking normally for my jungler, right? But if Maokai is picked in the jungle, then I don't care that much about my support with Maokai. So my priority is going to be what my AD carry picks. So I make better synergy with my AD carry because Maokai is so flexible around different supports that I prefer to drop my priority on catering towards my jungler to my AD carry. But let's say my jungler picks Kindred, I'm going to pick for Kindred because Kindred is a champion that makes the game for him, right? So I want to pick for Kindred, and whatever my AD carry picks doesn't matter because if he picks a champion that is not good with what I pick, at least because the game is going to be around Kindred for the 14 minutes, my champion is going to be useful with Kindred. And even if we have no good synergy, at least the game is going to be decent, right? And if you pick for your AD carry and don't pick for Kindred, then if Kindred ints, you're going to lose the game, right? So usually most of you guys have small champion pools, which is normal. So if you have 2-3 different champions, then you can play around that. But if you're OTP or 2 champion, like you Saddles, you don't have much choice. But it is what it is. I mean, you guys asked for it. You want to know which champions work best and which champions work worst. So I'm giving you the tools, right? Now, if you play only a couple champions, it's normal. Okay, it's normal. If you play Janna only, or you play Soraka only, you cannot pick Maokai when you pick Lillia, for example, right? I'm working on that. Yeah, that's what playing League of Legends constantly and during the time. Like, for example, I play 15 years, so I play a lot of champions. Plus, I had to play a lot of champions. I can choose. Right? Not every champion I play perfect, but well, you guys get the point. So you understand a bit more. Now, if you play, for example, Janna with Lee Sin still wants to do a lot of stuff. He wants to engage. He prefers engage, but you can still WQ, right? You can still CC a bit for him to do some plays. It's not going to be optimal, but it's not needed in solo queue to win. 100%. All right, so Master G. He's weak early game, he wants to full clear, and he works good with both. But he works better with enchanters, right? Master G is like Gwen, for example, right? Weak, full clear, both. But I would drop enchanter for Master G a bit more, because it's more common to see a Master G with enchanter. So there's one champion, I think, here in this list that we said the same, no? I would say a bit of both, but I think Enchanter makes more sense. I think once he transitions to mid-game with some items, he's going to be very scary, right? Whatever can peel and make sure that he survives, then I think he's fine. Now, what's the problem? Reckon I would throw it here as well. What's the problem with Enchanters and Master G is that, look at this. He's weak, and you are playing an Enchanter. So you see that the problem is that what I'm going to ask you to do with Master G, enchanters usually cannot do it. Yeah, it was Gwen. It was Gwen. So that's the dilemma that we have, right? So I'm going to say you start warding trinket, defensive vision, and so on. Like, look, the same as Gwen here. Start defensive vision, and you make sure that he can secure his clear. Now, after that, the same thing. Master G has to full clear, right? He has to play for items. Master G has to full clear. If G doesn't get punished early game, you're winning. Sync up with him, OP, right? Because he wants to get buffed and he wants to play. Now, important information, like weekend skirmish, early skirmishes, and with Enchanter versus engage, this can be tricky, no? So make sure you ward a jungle entrance. You can ward the jungle entrances, and what you do is you sacrifice maybe some camps, you sacrifice some plays to make sure that he can transition into the mid to late game, right? Sometimes you have to sacrifice. For example, I would say, what other enchanter we could drop here? Do we drop Yuumi? I mean, if you play Yuumi and Yuumi can transition, then yeah, OP, but it's difficult. But you see the idea, right? You have to play around Master G the entire game also. So what is good when you are playing with this type of champions? In mid lane, some prio lane, right? You get a Lillia, you get something that can push and move. Or Annie, for example, right? Lissandra. Why? Because, or Galio, you get the push, you have some CC, and you can move. Now, in support, yes, Enchanter makes these champions way stronger. But you need a strong AD carry, like, to make sure that you can skirmish around. Like, for example, you could play Draven with something, that's fine, or Ashe Lulu, or Varus something, or Karma Varus, so you get the Prio, and you use the Prio to make sure that you don't get invaded. That would be perfect. What happens? That you get Jinx Soraka, and you get Master Yi in the jungle, and you get Victor in mid. If the enemy team is decent at the game, and they have like a stronger early game, it's going to be a difficult game and very patient. You have to have a lot of patience, especially when you're playing already on Platinum, Emerald above. You have to have a lot of patience, and you need to know what you are doing, and you need to make sure that you get vision and see the enemy go invade, and then you drop camps to maybe get something else or just slow down the game. But you don't have the control over the game. Now, what usually happens and what you can look for is if Master Yi is getting invaded and you can move first from bot lane and you can win the skirmish. Let's say usually the jungle is just solo invade. You see the enemy jungle invading, you move, you kill the enemy jungle, Master Yi gets 1 kill, maybe gets 2 kills randomly. This has happened so many times in your games. The Master Yi is out of control, right? And then you are going to have like a very fed Master Yi at the start of the game, and you are going to have like an easier game, right? It's still not easy in early game, but it's like obviously accelerated Master Yi. We know what happens. So yeah, that's the main idea. That's why enchanters work really well, but careful with that. It's not perfect. It's not like a perfect world. Of course you want an enchanter, but it's not easy. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. We have so many junglers left, by the way. Oh my god, I'm crazy. I don't even want to know how many junglers I'm doing. I don't want to know. All right, Mordekaiser, weak early game. He wants to full clear, and he can play with both, honestly. I would say also with Enchanter he's fine. Maybe better with Enchanter, and I would say Mordekaiser for me is a bit like Dr. Mundo. I think it's a bit like similar to Dr. Mundo, but I would change some champions from the super role to just add, like for example Zilean, I would add Arrel, Sen I would add Leona, Lux I don't think is good, we could add like Alistar, right? Seraphine, meh, why not? We could add like a Bard here, but Pantheon is always like, I don't know, I like Pantheon. Neeko, we have not added Neeko in a lot of situations. I think here, for example, we could add Neeko with Lee Sin. I like Neeko Lee Sin, right? So that's a good one. Maybe Emilio, we added Emilio 2 times here, so we got Neeko here on Kindred as well. Emilio has been added 2 times in some places. Alright, Mordekaiser, similar to Dr. Mundo. For me, it's the same. A bit, he's average, right? But I think it's weak. Like, Mordekaiser is weak. It's very weak. Start against Warding Trinket for sure. Slow game, play Enchanter if you can. Make sure you don't overfort fights in early, and later if you will win. Mundo's very fast jungle clears. Strong in neutral objective, needs to farm. Don't expect ganks from Mundo. I think it is perfect. We can change some things up here. So, for example, slow game, play Enchanter if you can. That's good. Make sure you don't overfort fights in early, and later if even, you will win. That's true. Now, Mordekaiser. Morde has a very fast jungle kill. No. I don't think he has a very fast jungle kill. I don't think so, no? Not like Mundo does, for example. Strong in neutral objectives because of his ultimate, right? Needs to farm, right? So we can do already this. Needs to farm. Don't expect ganks from Mordekaiser, right? Very slow. In general, the game, I don't even think you will sync up with Mordekaiser. I think he's just a very slow champion in the jungle. Sometimes I've seen him being played and being a bit popular, but no, I think it's a bit meh. Not the greatest. All right, let's go with Morgana. Morgana early game is average. She wants to full clear a bit. She can gank as well. So, but I would say like it's more full clear than ganking. But we could do a hybrid. She can invade sometimes. Usually a good Morgana would full clear. Right? But that's me. What did I say with Morgana? Did I add Morgana here? Yeah, on both champions. Full clear. I mean, she has to full clear and then she might gank. What did I put Amumu? It's like a bit of Amumu. Ganking. Need to secure is clear if it's strong. Okay, I like this description. We are going with the description of Amumu, and we can go with probably the champions of Amumu, and we can change someone up. I don't think Zyra, for example, is good. We could change Zyra for, I don't know, Pantheon. It's fine. Nami, I don't like so much. I prefer engaged champions, honestly, with Morgana 100%. Engaged champions way better. Pike is really good with Morgana, probably. I don't think actually I like enchanters that much with Morgana. Why did I choose enchanters? I don't think enchanters are good with Morgana. The good thing about Morgana is that maybe you can play some hyper carries, so enchanters are not that bad. But I don't really think enchanters are that good. I think Thresh can be fine. Pick comp, no? Like you can pick champions. Like for example, I mean Soraka is not bad because of the silence on the queue. Milio, no, but I could say Blitzcrank, no? I can see Blitzcrank being a good pick with Morgana. 58% win rate with Soraka last 30 days. Emerald Plus, let's get it. Let's get it, good job. Need to secure if there's, needs to secure her clear. If against strong jungler, drop a ward to defend a possible invade. Super start, if not to secure ganks. I agree with this. You need to level 4 at least. The first clear will give you level 4. Play for that. Secure is clear for level 6. I don't think it matters that much. You need to be involved, and you need to involve another carry with Morgana and you to make a play. 100%. I agree with this. It's the same thing. General game plan. Amumu works with any support champion. Morgana works kinda with any support champion. I think so. Voigraphs are easy to contest, or very good to contest with Morgana as well. And what else would I say? I don't know. You can if play around a strong carry. Top mid AD carry. I will not play around Morgana, right? I don't think Morgana is a champion you want to play around. Make sure Morgana. No need to play around Morgana. Yeah, you stick to your plan. No need to play around Morgana. Morgana, I mean. With Soraka. I think they mean Morgana plus Soraka. I int my ass off on enchanters. Enchanters are so hard to play in low elo. I mean, they're hard to play really well in low elo, but I think it's simple to execute enchanters. They're hard to play really good, but I don't think you need to play them really good to climb. Alright, Naafiri, next one. Naafiri, the next one. What are we getting on Naafiri? Strong jungle. I think it's pretty strong. I think he can do a bit of both. He can full clear. He can. It's like Graves. I think it's like a Graves, and you want engage with Naafiri. Is Graves is a copycat of Graves, honestly. When I see Naafiri, I think a bit of Graves. He can do a bit the same as Graves as well. Realized that Rakan is so good, by the way. I mean, Rakan is S tier. I don't think Pike is that good. I would say I would add like some enchanters, maybe. Naafiri with enchanters, maybe not that bad. I would add a bit of both. I don't think Naafiri is that bad with enchanters. I would drop a Lulu here. Maybe I drop a Emilio or a Nami. I don't think it's that bad. To start warding trinket 100%. Defensive vision level 1. Yeah, I think it's starting 100. Warding trinket. I mean, not 100%, but you. I think you can do defensive vision level 1 against strong jungler. I don't think you have to focus too much. You can ward bot lane or sweeper for matchup. I would say this as well. Maybe I should have added this in other ones, but I think for Naafiri for sure. You can do defensive vision if you need. You can do ward enemy jungle if you need. You can ward bot lane or sweeper for matchup. If your matchup is more important, then you can go for that. Naafiri can carry. Naafiri can carry very easy one ahead. Play around him. CC plus damage strong. This is true. If AD carry can 1v2, play with Naafiri. I would say this is true as well. Grace can invade, or you can use full clear. Naafiri can do both. I don't think we can get rid of this. Well, this is also true. Sync up anytime you can with him and with Elise. Like the same thing as I say with Elise, is that what is it? Set up dives or ganks with Elise, right? Naafiri can dive really easy, right? Or I would just say it, Naafiri can dive easy with his W. So you can play around that. Would you say Lulu is good with champs that dive in when other enchanters struggle to stay in range? I mean, Lulu, the good thing about Lulu is that it buys a lot of time with the W because of the polymorph, and the ultimate buys you a lot of time. So compared to other enchanters, like for example Sona, what are you going to do with Sona? You're going in W and then ult, right? It doesn't add survivability to your kit because you cannot buy really time and buy time to reposition, right? Karma, for example, I think Karma is better than Maokai, like in this situation, right? You can add a Karma because also you are pretty fast and you can reposition fast while playing skirmishes, and you're fine in the face. Like Soraka can also be decent, I guess. But yeah, Janna, for example, I think Janna compared to Milio might be even better than Milio in this situation also. Can reposition also better. Okay, next one. So, I mean, I'm seeing Nasus and I see who plays Nasus, man. Who plays Nasus? How many Nasus jungle have you seen, guys? Please tell me no Nasus jungle. By the way, who has seen Nasus jungle? Who has seen Nasus jungle? There's no way you have seen Nasus jungle, by the way. In your recent games, how many Nasus jungles did you have? Just enchanters in general. No, I don't know even why Zyra is here. No. Do I add Morgana or what? Slow game, play enchant if you can. Make sure you don't overforce fights in early game, and later if you will win. Mundo has very fast no. Strong in neutral objectives, needs to farm. Okay, don't expect ganks from Nasus. Yeah, I think this is fine. Can't remember the last time, weeks ago at least, yeah. I don't think you guys have played with Nasus recently. Nautilus, for example, yeah, the Nautilus because they buffed him in the jungle. But yeah, Nasus is just, I will just make it fast, right? I don't think we have to talk about a lot of Nasus. It's a bit very common like Mundo, right? Just a meatball like gets a lot of HP. You need to slow the game. You can play Enchanter with it. And yeah, and just make sure that he can clear and he doesn't get destroyed in the jungle, and you will be fine. If he gets invaded perma and he gets behind, or you are perma forcing, right? Then it's bad. Avoid overforce early fights. Overforce early fights, I mean, don't take fights that you will need your jungle to win, or if enemy jungle is here, you will need your jungle to win, and you don't make like conscious decisions on, okay, enemy jungle stop, I can all in now in bot lane, or enemy jungle is in base, I can all in and then reset, or we are safe here. It's not like, oh, let's 2v2, oh, enemy jungle is here, oh, my jungle is doing wolves, why are you not here? It's Nasus, you know? So, he's not going to be there. Nautilus, I think early game, not strong, but average, no, I would say. I don't think it's like the greatest, but it's okay. Very similar to probably Maokai, right? So let's see what we have with Maokai. Lulu, Milio, Leona is good. Nami, Sona, Seraphine, Rakan. Taric, for example, I think Taric could be better than, for example, well, Bartis can be fine. I mean, Taric could be better than, for example, Leona. Superstar level 1, cover my entrance, avoid enemy getting information. War trinket if you want info on enemy jungle. Right, if you play strong bot lane, play around that. If you already carry, is not the main carry, like Ziggs, play with Nautilus now towards the carry, right? Very good with hyper carries plus enchanter. He has engaged, creates space with ultimate. True, strong early to transition weak bot lanes. Average, good early, I would say good early. I would not say strong early, but good early. It's hard to invade a Nautilus, or he's fine like being alone. If he gets invaded, he doesn't fall that much behind, right? So I would say like that. Nautilus, pretty like similar to Maokai, Jarvan type of champion. Now Neeko, what is Neeko? Neeko is, what is Neeko? Is strong, average, weak. I believe in early game she's decent, but she needs to have her level 3, and she's not she's not easy to play the first if you get invaded very early. Like a bit similar to what we got talked about Briar, right? Very good with engaged champions. I don't think Enchanted worked with Neeko that well because Neeko wants to CC, fight, and you could also secure her damage. Like if you have a CC like Leona, you go in, Neeko can just Q and she will proc the full Q. She can E, right? It's very easy. She also wants to have some damage around. So Pantheon Neeko can be great. And proactive champions, right? Proactive champions because she's ganking. Now with Neeko, she can invade, but I would say... I mean, you don't really need the super for the gank setup because she's not ganking you through probably lane. She's probably being a minion. So Warding Trinket can be fine. I would say like Defensive Vision level 1 against strong jungler, Ward enemy jungler level 1 against weak jungler. That can be good. You can ward bot lane or super for matchup. This is very good, right? This is the same as Naafiri, right? If you can save your vision for bot lane, that's also fine. I think that's totally fair. General game plan, I don't think you have to play around Neeko that much. You could play around Neeko. I don't think she one-shots that much. It's a bit like Gragas. You need to involve other carry with Gragas and let you make the laners have more value than Gragas. I would say the same thing with Neeko, by the way. Why? Because Neeko has good damage early on, pots off very hard in mid to late game, right? So Neeko doesn't have the biggest carry potential in mid to late game if you don't have laners or people fed, or she's turbo fed, right? She has 4 items and the other one has 2 items, and she has a Rabadon with 1 QC one-shots. But I would prefer to have other people fed around Neeko than just this Neeko only fed. All right, so similar to Gragas description. Now, good burst damage. Careful if you don't one-shot in one rotation. Usually involve teammates in your place. I would say that she's going to gank you as a minion, so you will be like just be ready to have a creative game. All right, Nidalee, early game strong. She wants to full clear and she wants engage 100%. Now, Nidalee wants to full clear and she wants to destroy the enemy jungler. Okay, she wants to destroy the enemy jungler, and it's a bit like Bel'Veth, but Bel'Veth also benefits from Enchanter because of her buffs. Nidalee doesn't benefit from Enchanter at all, right? Nidalee doesn't want an Enchanter. What Nidalee wants is some Prio lanes and some CC will be really good. So let's see a bit as Elise, right? The game of Nidalee, we are going to pick the same as Elise and we are just going to drop it here. Start super 95% of the times. Avoid enemy getting information where Elise is starting or Nida starting. Good for gank setup. I would say you don't really want a good for gank setup, but ward enemy jungle. Oh, I would say I don't really like this. I think we can do different. I think this one is better for me. Super start level 1, cover my entrance, avoid enemy getting information, warding trinket if you want info in enemy jungle. This sometimes helps a lot Nidalee to get good invades, right? So if you are able to invade, like get information on enemy blue, enemy red, enemy raptors, enemy wolves even, right? Be ready to move towards Nidalee place, 100%. The entire first 40 minutes, the most important champion is Nidalee, 100% as well. So Nidalee dictates how the game will go. If she gets behind, if she's not ahead, you don't have a champion, right? So, yeah. Pero I play aggro in enemy jungle, set up... I don't think you can set up dives and ganks with Elise that much. Sync up anytime you can to make a play, that's good. Nidalee, I can play a Void Grabs. Nidalee can play good. Nidalee, Void Grabs are good. Nidalee can play Void Grabs good. Sometimes it's harder, but yeah, Nidalee can play Void Grabs and Dragons. No, I think Nidalee wants to snowball early, snowball objectives as well. I mean, it's get enemy jungle behind and control the game. This is your #1 job. Get enemy jungle behind. Hopefully, I mean, you don't get in gold a Nidalee player. That's something I'm wishing for you. You don't get Nidalee players in your team. All right. Let's go for the next one. Nocturne. I'm seeing how many we have left. Because, holy moly. It's a lot of junglers, eh? A lot of I added some junglers that maybe should not be here. But, well, you never know. You never know if they pop into your game, and maybe this can be useful. All right, Nocturne is not that weak. It's not that strong. And so it's average, right, in early game. He's pretty decent 1v1, right? So you have to be careful. He's a full clear champion, and he loves to play with what? What did I add with Nocturne? Probably engage, no? Or both. Yeah, I think both is fine. So both. Nocturne is a full clear champion. It's a bit like Hecarim, but stronger than Hecarim. In the jungle, it's a bit like Jax. I like Jax's description, actually. Let's see if it match. So Taric is really good with Nocturne. I don't think Milio is that good. I think Yuumi is decent. Pantheon. We could change Milio for another champion, maybe. I see. Like Shen. Like Shen Nocturne can... If you play Shen, it can be really fun to play Shen Nocturne. Like that full dive comp. Right? I would change this for Janna, probably as well. More active on the map. And... Rel. I will change Lulu for Rel. Or Seraphine is also nice. I like Seraphine Nocturne. Because when he throws the ultimate, they don't see your ultimate, and it can be like very chaotic for the enemy team. And also you get a lot of time to Nocturne to play around his ultimate. So I like Seraphine, honestly. So maybe I can change Seraphine for Leona. I like Leona also. Now let's do this. Leona for Nautilus. All right. Need to secure is clear. If against strong jungler, drop a ward to defend a possible invade. Super stat. If not, to secure ganks. I will not do this, right? I don't think Nocturne wants to gank you. So we have to change this, right? We changed it to start warding trinket 100%. I think I never started a red trinket with a Nocturne in my game. Only if it's very free, like for example, he's playing like against Evelynn, and I probably want sweeper for lane. But no, you want the warding trinket 100%. I don't like the description of the Jax actually here. I like more the description of what Diana does, right? So Diana wants to full clear, so Nocturne wants to full clear as well. If Nocturne doesn't get punished early game, you are winning. Okay, so that's 100%. Sync up with him. Is it OP syncing up with Nocturne? Sync up with Nocturne is okay. I don't think it's that OP if you sync up with Nocturne. I think you have to attack silent with Nocturne. I don't sync up anytime you can with him. I don't like it that much. I think you have to attack silent with him. Like here. Play silent attack with the Nocturne. Don't know if I play... This I like more. This description fits more Nocturne. For example, the Kha'Zix one. What's up, Jimmy? Play silent attack with Nocturne. Don't over first place till level 6. Very true. Sync up for invades with Nocturne. General game plan. Nothing else to fall clear. Level 6. Big power spike. Right? So let's wait for level 6 when you're playing with Nocturne. How are you doing, Jimmy? We're working on the document today. We're doing a stream on how to play supports again around your junglers, which is very underrated for some reason still. So yeah, hopefully this helps a lot of you guys on the support role and in your games. We go for Nunu now. Nunu. I'm good. I need to drink some water so I don't lose my voice. So Nunu, it's not the strongest early game, but it's not that weak. He wants to gank, and he benefits from Enchanter as well, more than Engage champion, because he himself is going to play Engage, but he's also fine with Engage, right? But I would like to drop some Enchanters with Nunu. What did I drop with Nunu? Probably both, no? No, I dropped Enchanter good, yeah. Enchanter is good. So Nunu looks like a ganking jungle. It's like a bit like Jarvan, I would say. Where is Jarvan? Jarvan is the same like Nunu. Let's see if the description of Jarvan fits. So what I do is I just copy paste different description of other champions, and then we just make sure that we play around it, right? Because if not, it's going to be we're going to be here forever, and we don't really need to. Sweeper level 1, I like it. Also, super is really good to deny, like to help Nunu gank. If you play strong bot lane, play around that. If your AD carry is not the main carry, play with Nunu towards the carry. Exactly. You want to make sure that you're syncing up with Nunu. Nunu plus support, shit. Nunu plus support and mid lane, good. Nunu plus support and top lane, really good. AD carry, the same. Very good with the AP carry plus enchanter. He has like engage plus create space with ultimate. Very true. The ultimate creates plate. Strong early to transition with bot lanes. So I think he has strong level 3 already. Oh no, I didn't see this from the start. What didn't you see? The new Lulu skin. It's great. So this is fine. Alright. Nunu is similar to Jarvan as well. Similar to Jarvan as well. Let's go for the next one. No, not the... If you guys have any questions, let me know. But if not, we move on. We move on. I don't have to think too much. Just trying to... Alright, Olaf strong early game. He can be a bit... he wants to full clear, and he works really good with Enchanter, right? So all of this champion work really good with... with Olaf. Now, Olaf, you want to start Warding Trinket. I mean, you can start Warding Trinket for him. Defensive Vision depends. Like, you can do Defensive Vision, Ward Enemy Jungle, and you can play for your own jungle, 100%, right? Olaf, I would say, very similar to maybe what Hecarim wants to do. Hecarim wants to full clear, so that's, let's see if it matches, right? So, Olaf has to full clear, 100%. If Olaf doesn't get punished early game, you're winning, that's true. Sync up with him is OP, is strong. Hecarim lost Voidgrafs. Olaf can do Voidgrafs as well. He can do neutral. Olaf loves neutral objectives, right? You want neutral objective. Don't want first place. Want to add them strong. I would say... What is the Mundo description? I like the Mundo description. What we talked about with Mundo here. Mundo has very fast jungle clear. Strong in neutral objective. Needs to farm. Don't expect ganks from Mundo. Yeah, I like this more. Mundo has very fast jungle full clear. Olaf. No, I want to mix it a bit up with the Hecarim description that we had before. Olaf, well, Olaf does have a fast jungle kill, but I don't think it's that relevant here. Strong in neutral objectives, needs to farm. Don't expect ganks from Mundo. Needs art, play the game. So you need to play around his ultimate cooldown, right? That's true as well. I mean, a lot of champions do, but probably Olaf more. The stream guide thing, I missed the beginning of it. Don't worry, this is recorded, Maneki. So on YouTube you will find the VOD, and actually on YouTube I'm streaming as well. So there you can see the entire VOD as well. It will be uploaded, so you can see the ones before and the explanation as well. Maybe I do a video later as well, talking a bit more, and not in a 4-hour span. Just direct. All right, let's go. How many do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow, 20 champions, still. I'm crazy. So many. It's way more than AD carries. AD carries was less. But AD carries I was talking more, I think. AD carries we were thinking more. Junglers is like very repetitive. Once you get one jungle already, you can... what's called? You can get them together and just think like one jungler is like very similar to others, and just some things change. But this is fine, right? At the end of the day, what we could do also, like in the future, is make sure that we qualify them to something, like we did with supports, right? Like enchanters, engage, and everything like this. But if you read the description, I think it's enough, right? If you go into a game and say, okay, my jungler is Nunu, what do I need to do, right? Or what does the enemy need to do, right? It's also good to read what the enemy needs as well. So Pantheon works good with strong, ganking, and engage, right? It's a bit Elise, but on AD. It's Elise on AD. We change the Pantheon because Pantheon and Pantheon cannot be in the same game. So let's do Elise here. And yeah, some aggressive start super 95% of the times. Avoid enemy getting information where Pantheon is starting. That will be great. And good for gank setup. Pantheon is amazing. For that, be ready to move towards a Pantheon place. The Pantheon place, the entire first 30 minutes is most important champion is Pantheon. I don't think so, really. mean, Elise is more like a champion that likes to play very aggressive and needs to snowball. I think Pantheon has more like utility later on, right? So I think it's very flexible champion on how to play. So I think Pantheon is a bit fits more like Lee Sin. I mean, Pantheon is very broken in the jungle. The E, the ultimate, the good setup on like neutral objectives, like it's just such a good champion. It's very flexible champion. I think Pantheon right now is insane. Like you see it also like in competitive. No, it speaks so much. So yeah, I feel like Pantheon is insane champion. I don't think you have to play around him. I think you can play with him. I think you can do everything with him, right? So yeah, I would say Pantheon similar to Lee Sin, putting together. That's what happens with meta junglers. And that's why some of them are metas, because you can do so many things, and that's why Pantheon is picked and banned mostly in competitive, right? He got nerfed on the jungle clear, but it's not enough. He can do so much in the game. It's not like you are losing early game with Pantheon, which is very rare, that you are useless after. All right, time to talk about Poppy. Poppy is very strong early. His pathing is ganking, and he wants... I think I did set up both probably with Poppy, but Enchanted is also good with Poppy. What did I do with Poppy? Both are fine. So Poppy is very good with both. Which strong ganking, Enchanted. I would say strong ganking and both. Did someone have strong ganking and both? No, I think it's this first champion that is strong ganking and both. Maybe I missed, or maybe I don't see it here. But Poppy is good with anything, to be fair. Poppy is like such an annoying champion to play against. You can do whatever you want with Poppy, right? You can go defensive vision, you can ward enemy jungle, you can go sweeper. I think like for example, is better like Pantheon. I think it's super good champ. Now, Poppy is not a good champion to play around, but it's a good champion to make sure that you sync up with him, and you can make sure that you snowball other lanes. Like, for example, Maokai, right? Or Jarvan. Where is it? I would say I would just copy the Maokai one. Where is Maokai? Here. If you play strong bot lane, play around that. If your AD carry is not the main carry, like Ziggs, play with Poppy towards the carry. I agree, right? You need to play with Poppy towards the carry. I would say this. All right. So what a good champion, like what champions work with Poppy? Like anything really. Like Poppy is insane. Lulu, you can play Rakan, you can play Rel. I mean anything meta. Alistar is good, Janna is good, Leona is good, Thresh is good, Nautilus is good, Milio is good, Taric is good. I would say Neeko is good, really good also as well. I like Neeko here. Bard is really good. Seraphine is good. Like I would say like Amumu description. Amumu works with any support champion. I think Poppy works with any support champion. Wall grabs or early objectives are easy to contest. No need to play around Poppy. No need to play around Poppy in game, right? Poppy is going to do. Poppy is very versatile champ. He can do everything. All right, I will say this. This is good. If you play strong bot lane, play around that. If your AD carry is not the main carry, then play with Poppy towards the carry. No need to play around Poppy. All right, amazing. Sweeper is also a really good start and would put a lot of pressure onto the enemy jungle, onto the enemy in general. Next one, Qiyana, very popular champion right now. Qiyana, not strong at all, pretty weak. Is full clear champion and is good with engage. So this champion is the same as... where is it? Full clear, engage, average. A bit like Lillia. I think Lillia. But she cannot really invade, so I don't really like this example. I would like another example, like a full clear champion that wants ganking and is strong, like engage. I mean, that is weak, sorry. We can full clear. We can full clear and it's engage. Fiddlesticks, for example. I think Fiddlesticks is a good example. Start warding Trinket, yes. Yes. Maybe Ekko as well. Yeah, Ekko type of champion. I like this one. I like this one. But we have to change some things, eh? We have to change some things about this one. Start warding Trinket, 100%. Kiana's worth one. Has to full clear. If Kiana doesn't get punished early game, you're winning. Pretty good. Sync up with her. It's very OP. Play silent and attack with Kiana. It's very good. Don't do the first place till 1 or 2 items. One item is good. I think with Kiana already. And level 6. Let's add level 6 as well. And from here, I would say play around neutral objectives. Right? The ultimate of Kiana is very strong, like around neutral objective, like the Volgraph setup, the Dragon setup. So it's one of the best ways to win the game is that Kiana is able to turn on an objective or like make sure that you kill the enemies in neutral objectives. What's up, Auris? Coach, would you base your trinket stat on what the jungler needs or your lane? Both. It depends on the jungler. It depends how priority is your jungler, but usually jungler, 100%. I have a video about it on my channel, but now I'm obviously like I explain it daily when I stream, and you guys see it as well when I select. But usually I would say around my jungler the most. Both of them, right? If my jungler is important, depends what my jungler needs and what my AD carry needs and what my bot lane needs, right? Yeah, for me jungler is more important than AD carry at the moment. So usually I would do it for for my jungler 100%. Like here you can see it. Like for example, there is this one, the Neeko one. You can ward bot lane or sweeper for matchup, right? Neeko doesn't really need you to cover for her. Like sometimes it depends if Neeko you are playing against a Volibear or like a strong jungler like Shaco that you think maybe is going to invade after 2 or 3 camps. So you can drop vision so your jungler can full clear and she's fine. But it depends on the champion you are playing with. Ramos, let's do the same as Jarvan, no? Jarvan treatment is the same thing. Lulu Milio, super start, cover my entrance. You see, for example, with Ramos, I will not go warding trinket because he's going to gank. I prefer to get rid of vision and make sure that he has an easy time to gank, right? And it's very similar to, for example, Jarvan, some things about Poppy. So some junglers have things like maybe some mix of other junglers, right? For example, Ramos is very good with hyper carries, enchanters. He has engaged, creates space with ultimate. He has engaged, creates space with ultimate. He can create some space. Strong early transition for weak bot lanes, right? He's good front lane as well. So it's just a solid pick. Now, you will not see a lot of Ramos. But yeah, Taric is fine with Ramos, right? It's nice. He goes in, you can ult, you can E him. Good survivability, good pairing with enchanters. Now, the perfect thing is that you see like the Ramos is good with enchanters and hyper carries, so it's Jarvan, so it's Maokai. And Master G is the same thing with good with enchanters, but the problem is that Master G wants you to play with him and not with your AD carry, right? So we have that's why it's not easy to play with this type of champs like Master G, Gwen in the jungle, because them being weak early makes it hard for you as an enchanter to make progress early game in the early stages, and makes the game difficult, and you have to be very patient. That's why sometimes, or most of the times, when you're playing enchanter and you try to do a bit too much, you get a bit lost and the game gets hard. But if you don't do anything and you're just chilling and making sure the game goes slow when it needs to be slow, you are going to be so strong, right? Yes, when I lock Nautilus in plat, I can carry bad players way harder, but with duo, I can 90% win rate any account to diamond on Soraka. Yes, but also like you are a smurf, right? So you know how to play engaged champions into enchanters better. So that's also like a plus, I would say. That's why engaged champions look better. Engaged champions look broken if you know how to play it, right? But that's exactly it. Like enchanters have like high win rate in low elo more than engaged champions. But if you're a smurf, I'm not playing enchanter to climb. That's the I think my video is pretty accurate, right, on that. Like if a Soraka master player or high master player is playing in platinum and losing 40% of the games, but winning with Nautilus, it's 60% of the games is really good, no? For normal for people that want to climb. It's slow for you because you are not in that elo, but it's solid for the others. Right? 60%, you're talking like 60% is bad in platinum, right? When in reality it's not bad, it's really good, but it's bad for you. Because you don't want 60% in platinum. Yeah, exactly. You don't want your 60%, but like Kina 60%, she will take it, right? She gets to diamond playing 60%. I would take 60% in my elo. You would take 60% in your elo as well. Like in master, if you get 60% in 1,000 games, you're challenger. So you take it as well. It just depends on the context. All right, Rek'Sai, strong and early. He's ganking. He wants engage, right? Pretty similar. I would say like 3 comes into gank is very common from Rek'Sai. Similar to Elise, makes the game a bit about him a bit as well. Let's see if this makes sense also. I will change one champion here. For example, Maokai, I will change Maokai to Elise. Start sweeping 95 of the times. Avoid enemy getting information where Rek'Sai is starting. That's a very good start already. Good for gank setup. Be ready to move towards Rek'Sai plays the entire first minute. I don't think everything is about Rek'Sai in this game. Perma invade, play aggro in enemy jungle, set up dives or ganks with Rek'Sai. That's true. Perma invade, I'm not sure. Some Rek'Sai play slower than others. I think it's not that needed. I think it's more like Naafiri on this decision, on the game plan, right? Naafiri can carry if he gets really strong. Can carry when ahead. I will not say very easy. I mean, he needs to be good. Play around him, CC plus damage strong. If AD carry can 1v2, play with Rek'Sai. I would say this. And also like attack silent, right? I think perma invade, play aggro in enemy jungle. Attack silent together with Rek'Sai. I think Rek'Sai is a very good jungle to attack silent. So yeah, you want to play like this. I would take 60% in my elo. I have 54% win rate, I think. Mine was 54 once. I'm one of the... Wait! Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Thank you, Saders. I'm one of the purest lost streaks I ever had. Thank you for the gifted. You're smurfing Kina. Okay. Yeah, I see that. I saw that. I will have to check your stream, Kina. W Saders, WW, 100%. I will have to check your stream to see if you're smurfing or not. All right, let's go on to the next one. We are almost finished, guys. We're almost finished. We're pushing for the last 100 junglers that are left. So Rengar, pretty average early game. I will not say weak. He wants to full clear. He can gank. I think we can do hybrid with him, and we can do both, right? Rengar can be both Enchanter and Engage champions. So, yeah. These are valid, like the Poppy ones. You can add Yuumi instead of, I don't know, instead of Alistar, you can add Yuumi. And what hey. Thank you, Sadas, Jimmy. Oh, shit, Jimmy doesn't deserve it, Sadas. But thank you. No, I'm joking. All right. What do we do with Rengar? Defensive vision level 1. I think this is the same. Defensive vision level 1 against strong jungle. Ward enemy jungle level 1 against weak jungle. You can ward bot lane or sweeper for matchup. Rengar, it depends. Like if you're playing like against a weak jungler, let's say you're playing against Kiana, you can just save your ward and just play for your matchup in bot lane. I messed up the first time. I meant to gift to Jimmy. Okay. Well, Shikidiki got it as well. Don't watch the stream, guys. We need to sub more to desensitize coach from the noise. Yeah, I mean, I get scared every time. I don't think if you subscribe 100 times, it would change anything. I don't think it will change anything. All right, Rengar is like a strong carry later on in the game. It's a bit like I would say like Nocturne. You also want to play around this ultimate, right? Doma first place till Nocturne is 6. Xin Zhao will invade with Rengar. I think it's like very common. Like Rengar Nocturne is very similar in the sense that you are playing with a strong level 6 champion that his level 6 has a big impact, and you need to get something, right? For with your level 6, right? You need to get something. Rengar, if the Rengar doesn't get punished early game, you're winning. I mean, Rengar doesn't really get punished usually early game. He can get punished by champions like Lee Sin, Oliver, Elise. So it's Nidalee, for example. If you're playing against those champions or champions that will try to invade, make sure you pay attention to that, right? If he is able to scale and get these items, he's going to be in a really strong moment, right? But it's not like super strong early to avoid getting invaded. All right. 1 minute break. Remember on stream he asked me something, then he left while he was responding. Yeah, that's me. The what's called the subs will not show today. I forgot to update that. So well, it is what it is. No subs updated. No subs updated for the session. All right, let's keep going. Rumble. All right, Rumble as not the weakest early game, but he needs level 3 to do that. He wants to full clear, and he wants engaged champion, right? Very similar to Qiyana, maybe, right? Very similar to Qiyana. Start warding, right? You want to start ward. Rumble has to full clear, 100%. If Qiyana doesn't get punished early game, you're winning, so you want to keep it slow. Sync up with her, with him is very OP as well. If you get to able to CC plus damage, it's super strong, right? Now, play silent attack, I don't think this is good. Don't ever first play till 1 item and level 6, that's true. Play around neutral objectives, ultimate, that's true. Now, what do I want to say with Rumble here? CC up. I think he needs ultimate to be threat, but not every single time. But ultimate is super important to play for him to play. It's very scary. You can play around the ultimate. Play around the ultimate cooldown. Slow it down, right? Like this is good. If he has ultimate and you're playing when he has ultimate up, you're always going to win, like a lot. All right, Sejuani, next one. Sejuani early game is strong. I think it's fine. I don't think it's like that weak. And he can play with enchanters, right? Enchanters, engage. I mean, you will say it with both. I mean, I don't know. Probably I added both with Sejuani. Where's Sejuani actually? Sejuani, I added both. You can play with both if you want. Enchanter is good, but with the same thing as... I mean, both engage and enchanters are always nice, right? It's similar, I would say it's like Maokai gaming. Maokai gaming, 100%. You can play, I mean, Maokai I said enchanters, but well, Sejuani, maybe you want to add like more melee champions, because the champions melee will synergize well with, for example, Braum is really strong. We can add Leona is already here. Alistar is fine as well. Play with Sejuani. Pantheon is great, right? Instead of Sona. So some engaged champions really synergize as well because of the passive of Sejuani. Remember, every time you auto attack with a melee auto attack, you proc the passive of Sejuani, so it's easy to punish and to be good in skirmishes, right? Super start, core my entrance. If you play strong bot lane, now the super is very good with Sejuani. You want probably a super. What I think, if you want the info in the jungle, you could do that, but or you can save what's called. You can save your ward. You can ward. I would say more like this, right? You can ward bot lane or super for matchup. I think that's also fine. Now, I don't. It's very good with Hypercarry plus Enchanter. That's true. He has engaged plus create space with ultimate. That's good. Strong early to transition weak bot lanes. That's true, right? I would say like Amumu. This one. Secure is clear till level 6. I don't think you need to secure the clear till level 6. But what you need to do with Sejuani 100% is you need to involve other champions to play around Sejuani, right? Together with you. This is something you forget a lot, and it's like you try to make plays like Braum Sejuani. Wow, that's not a very interesting play, right? You want to involve your teammates together, right? So the game doesn't really goes around Sejuani, but you and Sejuani moving to a side lane and trying to make a play, or in mid lane or somewhere like wherever you want. Okay, Set. I don't know why Set is here. I don't know why Set is here. I don't even know what... I think I will delete Set. I don't think Set jungle is coming back. I mean, they're buffing Set jungle, no? Or Set for the jungle. Should I keep Set here? What is even Set? I mean, it's going to be ganking. He's strong. I think it's fine. Early game. He can play with both. Enchanter. It's a bit like... I would say a bit like Jax, maybe. Jax is a bit of hybrid, no? Yeah. I think we can add Set on the list with both. And let's see. Taric Milio is fine. Leona, maybe change Yumi for Rel. And we are good, right? Maybe Elise instead of Lulu or Milio. I think we can add an Elise. Neeko. I like Neeko a lot. With Set. Can be really nice. Maybe Zillion, you know, like you can add a lot of champions here. Need to secure is clear. If against strong jungler, drop a ward to defend a possible invade. Super stat if not to secure ganks. I think that's fine as well. Probably the first clear of Set is pretty shit. So you want to make sure that he gets his first clear. And after that, he probably with level 3, level 4, he can already play. Right? Also, play around him. CC plus damage pretty strong. If Hecarim can play 1v2, play with Set. Right? I think that's fair enough. Like similar any bruiser, no? With Ambessa, what we said with Ambessa and what we said with Darius, no? Like what did we say with Darius, for example, here? Strong with one item spike, very strong with two items. When Darius has item, play more aggro with him. Yeah, I would say the same with Set. Maybe we see some Set. I think they buffed him on the jungle, or they will buff him in the jungle, or maybe I did read it somewhere else and it never happened. But if he gets meta, I mean, we'll see. Maybe we change. We can always like go back and change the document, right? If some things are wrong, or I don't like, or I was wrong with some champion, and I just will change the information and will update it. Also, depending on the patch, right? Maybe, I don't know, they change Shyvana, and now Shyvana is like a strong early champion, right? Or they do something, rework a champion, or from, I don't know. And Trundle is a full clear champion, you know, or who knows. All right, Shaco, early game, strong. Right? He wants to gank. He can full clear, a bit of hybrid as well. But he wants to, like, when I say ganking, he wants to play the game, right? He wants to play, he wants to be active in the game. Now, I would say engaged champions are better with with Shaco. It's better follow-up. You actually, I think, Kina, you asked how to play Enchanter with Shaco or against Shaco. I don't remember. But with Shaco, it sounds painful to play Enchanter, by the way. Because you have to follow a lot of plays that are very difficult, no, to follow as an enchanter. Start sweeper 95 of the times. Avoid enemy getting information where Shaco is starting. That's very important, right? Cover the boxes. This is very Very important as well. This is what Shakos usually do. They stack and they don't let invade. All right. I would say this is fine. I would say don't overforce place till level 6. I don't think this is fine. I think we can change that up. Sync up with invades with Shaco. And what else do we say? Play silent, important information. Sync up for invades with Shaco. I don't know what else to say. Play silent attack is good. I think this is okay. It's very like what I could say is let Shaco play his game, sync up. Shaco is playing game, no need to follow. Let Shaco play his game, no need to follow. So Shaco is going to like sometimes invade, he's going to sometimes like do crazy stuff. You don't need to perma move around for Shaco all the time. If you can destroy enemy jungle, then that's nice, right? Like it's a bit like Nidalee mentality. Be ready to move. I think it's more like get enemy jungle behind, right? Let's see. Get enemy jungle behind. Let's see. Get enemy jungle behind. It's true that actually let's change it up a bit. It's true that I mean I don't think Shaco is going to. It depends. Like what's the general game plan with Shaco? What is the general game plan with Shaco? It's a bit like Bel'Veth, no? Be ready to move. But I don't think you really want to move in some invades of Shaco because Shaco can get away and it's very slippery. So you don't really want to move around Shaco. It's very unique game plan. What would be the game plan with Shaco, honestly? What would be the game plan with Shaco? What would be the game plan with Shaco? I think what you can do with Shaco, what is the best thing with Shaco, Shaco, is get the vision. Deep vision whenever you can with reward item, and allow Shaco to look for easy invades. You can follow if possible. All right, I will say this. The problem is that following the invades is that it's a bit scary because, as I said, he has the ultimate to get out, he has boxes, he's like a very slippery champ. And if you go there and he goes out, yeah. I mean, I permaban Shaco, so I don't play with Shaco many times. I don't like Shaco. Scale's really bad. They are a bit weird, you know, how they play. But well, it is what it is. If you like to play with Shaco, well, you have it there. Your school Wi-Fi doesn't like Twitch. It doesn't allow you to watch Twitch. All right, Shyvana pretty weak, full clear, and she loves both. You can play really both with Shyvana. So Shyvana is similar to what champion we've seen? That might be similar to Nocturne, right? I like Nocturne the same as the Nocturne champions are very good with Shyvana. Maybe we can change Shen for another champion. We can leave Shen, why not? It doesn't really matter. You can this to Zillian if you want. We can up Nami if you want. It's fine, right? It's no problem. Shyvana is fine with these champs. The problem is that Shyvana, let's see. Shyvana is starting warding trinket. I think it's good. Shyvana has to full clear, 100%. Shyvana has to full clear. If Shyvana doesn't get punished early game. Level 6 big power spike, or level 6 is fine power spike. Play silent attack with Nocturne. I don't think you need to do is you have to play objectives with Shyvana. Don't overforce place. Don't overforce place. Look cross map if behind. If behind in the objective setup. So this is probably the most important one when playing with Shyvana, and the main mistake I see people losing when they play with Shyvana is that you want to play with objectives, you want to get the Void, you want to get the dragons, but Shyvana is not a champion that is super strong, right? So what you want to do is you want to make sure that when you cannot contest the objective because maybe the enemy team has better champions to play. Don't overforce and try to look for a cross map, meaning that Shyvana gets enemy camps in the opposite side, or you get vision on the opposite side. You play for opposite tower that is in the opposite side of the objective that your guys are playing. So yeah, but you don't overforce with Shyvana. She wants to farm a lot, so yeah, you just wait for her items. Wait for items to play. All right. Slow game. It's a slow game. It's going to be it's probably a slow game. It depends on your Shyvana and the player, right? That you have with you. All right, Skarner. In early game, I would not say strong. I would say average. He wants to gank, and he benefits with enchanters as well. He benefits a bit with both. You will see in competitive always like engaged champions, but very similar to Maokai, or very similar to what's called very similar to Jarvan as well, right? You could set up engaged champions here also. Like there's no problem. Super level 1. If you play strong bot lane, play around that, and if not, you just move Skarner around the map, right? And you play around another carry. Again, you cannot play Skarner support and look for kills. You have to play Skarner support and a top laner. Skarner support towards someone else, right? Don't play or always, or I would say always involve a carry in the place. This is super important to understand, right? You don't have enough damage with Skarner. I mean, he has to be very fed, very accelerated, and the enemy team behind to try to be played as a duo. On the other hand, Sylas, for example, in early game, I would say he's strong at level 3. Well, maybe he can gank and he wants to play with engage, right? Sylas can also play with maybe hybrid a bit, but maybe it's not the strongest, maybe average, right? But I think it's pretty strong level 3 already. Like the fighting potential of Sylas is pretty good. I would say a bit like Rek'Sai in this sense. Let's see what's the description of Rek'Sai. You have engaged champions here. Start sweeper. It's very good. Sylas is going to gank. He's also probably going to play. If he plays towards your lane, it's good for gank setup. It's just in general. Maybe if you want to start with warding trinkets, you can do it in enemy jungle, as always. Sylas can hard carry, by the way. He can hard carry if he gets ahead. So you want to play around him. CC plus damage strong. If AD carry can play 1-2, play with Sylas 100%. You want to do that. Attack silent together with Sylas. That's good. Invade, set up dives or ganks with Sylas. That's also good. And sync up anytime you can to make a play. I think that's how you want to play with a champion like Sylas. Now, Sylas is not the strongest if he gets very like early invaded. So you have to be careful with that, right? I will not put it on the document. Maybe I should. Care. I would say here, care with level 1 invades. I will add it here because that's something that you want to be very careful about. All right, Taliyah. Now Taliyah is not that strong, but not that weak early game. So she can still fight, but it's not like that strong. She wants to full clear and she wants to play with engage. And I would say it's the same thing as Sylas, honestly, because of the here we want a bit of Briar, no? Like she doesn't want to get invaded at the start. So start level sweeper level 1, cover my enters, avoid enemy getting information where Briar is starting to make it easier for her to know. I don't like this. You want to start with warding trinket for sure with Taliyah. I think for sure you want to start warding trinket, but you could change it to sweeper as well. The problem is that you don't really want to get invaded, but you also want to set up some ganks, right? With Taliyah. So sweeper is not bad. I think that's the problem. I mean, super is not bad with Taliyah, honestly. But you can get invaded level 1. Maybe it's like a bit like Sylas. I would say like change this percentage to like 70%, right? Star sweep is 70%. Because you can avoid where the information. I will not say even avoid the information is good for to set up. Good for setup ganks, right? And care with level 1 invades. What if it can happen? Okay, perfect. Perfect. This is like the way to go. So now, general game plan. Lillia can hard carry. Lillia can hard carry, by the way. Hard carry, went ahead, play around her. CC plus damage is very strong. If AD carry can 1v2, play with Lillia, 100%. It's like a very strong carry champion. Attack silent together with Lillia, with the ultimate is very simple. So I would do that as well. She loves to do that as well with the move speed that she has, with the walls and everything with the passive. Set up dice or ganks with Lillia. That's also like good. And sync up anytime you can to make a play. I think so as well, right? Like it's very straightforward champion. It's a carry champ that you want to play around, right? Now let's go for the next one, Talon. So Talon early game is decently strong. I would say it's fine strong. He's a hybrid of ganking, invading. He wants to also play with engaged champion. So I would say it's a champion that wants to invade. It's a bit of a Bel'Veth, but Bel'Veth wants to full clear. It's a bit like he wants to also full clear. I don't think he wants to gank really. Well, say a bit like Graves. Let's see what we got on Graves' description. I think full clear hybrid. I mean, he wants to gank, but he also wants like to invade. He wants to do a lot of stuff. Start one intriguing one, defensive vision level 1 against strong jungler, one enemy jungle. I think this one is correct. Vision, I mean, you could go sweeper if you think that he might gank you. But Warden Trinket, if you can get information level 1 on enemy jungle, if it's weaker, then it's fine. If you're playing like against Lee Sin, as I said, Elise, Volibear, and you're scared that you're getting invaded, then ward your own jungle, right? Talon can snowball the game insane, so that's true as well. Play around him. If AD carry can 1v2, play around Talon, right? Now Talon, Grace can invade or just try to clear. I would say like Nidalee. I want to add like a bit more like Nidalee description. Perma invade, play aggro in enemy jungle, sync up anytime you can, get enemy jungle behind. Yeah, I would say this. This one is nice with Talon description. Right, we have last junglers. Last junglers, guys. We're going to make it 4 hours long. Again. Only talking, only making, only talking about junglers. Hopefully we can lock in for these last ones. Oh, I don't know how many I've done. Like 60, 70 champs. It's a lot, eh? It's half of the League of Legends champs. There's so many champions. Riot, what are you doing? There's so many champions. They slow it down already with the release of champs. But we need a new support, that's for sure. We need a new support, 100%. All right, so Timo Trundle. With Timo right now, I don't know even what to say with Timo, right? He's not that strong. He wants to full clear. They won't stop making more either. Exactly, they won't stop making more. I mean, they slow down, eh? They slow down, but yeah. Maybe 2 or 3 per year. That means that we have 200 champions in 10 years, no? Around that. Quite impressive. Yeah, the amount of champions and the amount of champions that we analyzed right now. Wow, we have done like this is insane, no? I see it when you go back. I don't try to think about it, you know. When I go back, I'm like, okay, everything we have done this 3 hours. Everything we have done this 3 hours. All right, let's go for Timo. So again, Timo. Pretty weak early. I don't think it's like that strong. I mean, you can cheese level 1, you can start stealth, use your passive, but nah. Engage champion. Why engage champion? Is because he wants to deal damage. Maybe you can add some. I mean, I will add Bard here. Maybe you can add some enchanters if you want, but I don't think it benefits. I don't think you want to play around Timo that much, right? I think it's a champion that you just leave alone a bit. I think it's the like. Defensive vision, level 1, ward enemy jungle if weak. You can ward bot lane or sweeper for your matchup. I would prioritize also like your matchup as well with Timo. I think Timo wants. I mean, I will drop it a bit because then you will not see it because of my camera. Right. Timo wants full clear. No need to play around Timo. Dodge if no, I'm joking. Dodge if possible. Good objective setup with R. Try to play around other lanes with or without Timo involved. It's better. CC plus damage. Good enough to play invades. It's a bit weird champ to explain. Quite impressive the amount of talking. Yeah, that's why I do. That's why I wanted to do less streams. You know, I'm going to do. I mean, this week I have busy. It's not because I want to do less streams, but I will try to do 3 or 4 streams like this, or maybe 3 streams a week, and still make some videos so you guys have more content. And also, like, it's quite like it's a lot of like I'm drinking a lot of water because if not I cannot speak. Sperma talking. We have only a bit champions left. All right, Trundle, one of my favorite junglers as well, ganking jungler, and he wants to play. He can play with both, honestly. I probably put him on Enchanter on Enchanter, but I think you can play with both. Enchanter makes it like very nice, so let's stick to Enchanter. If I said Enchanter, let's stick a bit to Enchanter. So he's very similar to. The thing is that he's very similar to Jarvan. Creates also like a lot of space for you to play like hyper carries. Why? Because he's so strong that he creates a lot of like pressure onto the enemy, and you can scale as well, right? And also is very good into tanks. In general, is pretty nice champion. Maybe we could go like instead of Seraphine, we can drop a Karma here. Engage champions, as I said, also fine. Engage champions also fine. Superstar level 1, cover my entrance, avoid enemy get information. While in trinket, if you want info in enemy jungle, that's totally fine. If you play strong bot lane, play around that. If your AD carry is not the main carry, play with Trundle. Trundle towards the carry. Now, why I say this and not say, yo, just play around Trundle and sync up with Trundle. Trundle will not probably carry your game. So it's not worth it to play around a Trundle jungle. He could be 12-0, 15-0, then he's going to carry your game. Okay. But it's not like common, right? It's not very common to that happens, right? So very good with Ivern carries. Enchanter, he has good engage, no? He has not good engage. He very strong early game. I would say very strong early game. Transition weak bot lanes. Can sync up can sync up in early to mid game. Can sync up in early to mid game. Oh well, I would say like better like strong around dragons. Strong around dragons. Strong around dragons because he does it really fast. He doesn't really need help around dragons, but he can get like it's very nice to skirmish early game for him. So yeah, not much. He wants to invade, right? I would say instead of this, I would say well, I think it's okay. It's a difficult champion to play in solo queue, I think, at lower level, because Trundle allows you to scout the enemy jungle, and I don't think scouting is like a part of the main objectives of junglers in low MMR games. Scouting means that what Trundle usually does, he goes to the enemy jungle and he starts fighting the enemy jungler and starts winning the enemy jungler, which means that it allows your laners to play their lane 1v1 or 2v2. And it also neutralizes the enemy jungler trying to impact the top lane or the bot lane, right? And so you can keep snowballing, or making sure that you don't get punished by getting dove or getting punished on a bounce back, right? So it's a very good champion to cover and also play around lanes. It's a bit like Ivern, like in that sense, like playing around lanes. But Has good ganking potential as well if enemy team is over pushed and is very strong. But yeah, that's what I would say. And that's why I think it's hard in lower MMR, because people, like the players, don't identify this type of stuff. They just play for kills, for random objectives. So yeah. What's up, Blocks? Hello. Hello, Blocks. Alright, let's talk about Udyr. I think Udyr is pretty strong early. Not turbo strong, but strong. He wants to full clear, and he's really good with Enchanter, right? So the same thing, we can go here. We can change, for example, Taric, and we can add a Seraphine. I think Seraphine, Udyr can be spicy. Can be spicy for sure. Now, how do you want to play with a strong full clear Enchanter? It's going to be similar to Maokai and Jarvan, probably. But not really. I think it's a bit like Lillia, but like, let's see what we have. Udyr can invade versus weak junglers, 100%. Ward enemy jungle for early information, that's good. If Udyr invades, use wards to cover camps. I agree with this. It's a bit similar. He will look to invade, or he will look to full clear into invade. CC plus damage OP. You want to sync up with Lillia Blaze? Not really. So this is not correct. Lillia loves Void Grabs, Udyr does love Void Grabs, but Udyr loves in general neutral objectives. Love Void Grabs and dragons. Honestly, dragons as well. He loves dragons. Tomb Force till level 6 or 1 or 2 items. I don't think it's needed. Just be careful to not overforce when he's farming, right? Important info. No. I would say game plan is allow Udyr to play his full clear game. Get vision on enemy jungle, so he can also punish enemy camps. Snowball. He wants to snowball, like out farming, and out resourcing the enemy jungler. So obviously, like throughout the game, you can just play like normal. Like there's a skirmish, you play the skirmish. But yeah, just play around Udyr, don't try to force too much. I used to play Rumble mid, but as I got closer to Diamond, I just cannot win lane, skill issue. I started playing him support and I have plenty decent success. What are your thoughts on Rumble support? I like it. I like Rumble support a lot, but I only think Rumble support is good with Ashe, Varus, Jhin, and that's it. Ashe, Varus, Jhin, and there's another one I think that I forgot. I like with those because they have good setup at level 6, and also like it's synergized well with Rumble, with the ultimate. But in general, I've seen like an NA player play Rumble, and he's like master by playing Rumble support. He played against us, he was pretty good. So I like that. All right, Vi. I would say Vi early game is pretty weak. Like for the first clear, you want to secure that. She wants to full clear. I mean, hybrids, you need. I think engage champion is better, but you can do both. What did I do here? I probably set up Vi, but you see, like Gragas, a bit both. All right, so what supports do we go with both? I think like this. I like these champions. I like Bard. I like Taric. Vi, why not? Can sync up fine. I will add the Taric here. Maybe Alistar. I think Alistar is even better. So what's the vision cover with? You need to secure the first clear from Vi, 100%. Need to secure his clear, her clear. If against strong jungler, drop a ward to defend possible ganks. Superstar, if not, to secure ganks. You can do that as well. But try it, I want to try Rumble Super as well. I think Rumble Super is for sure good. I mean, in mid lane you also can win, for sure, and carry. It's just that probably you have to play like a lot of push and move. That's how you probably won as well. General game plan, level 6. Level 6. Waiting room. Then play. Like you have to play for level 6 100 200%. Who was the other one that it's like wait for level 6? Nocturne has to full clear, like this one. I mean, here it's the same thing as Nocturne. Vi has to full clear. If Nocturne doesn't get punished early game, you are winning. Level 6 power spike. Avoid Vi getting punished before this. Okay. Now, How can you play with Vi? How can you play with Vi? Similar to Nocturne, you play silent attacks. Don't overforce plays till level 6. Sync up for invades with Nocturne. I will not say sync up invades for Nocturne. Play neutral objectives. With Vi. 100%. Neutral objectives is very easy. Play silent attack with Vi, obviously the ultimate. I will add on the Nocturne as well with the ultimate. I think it's way easier to understand. Okay. Next one. What do we have here? Viego. Oh, everyone is meta jungler, no? Yeah, everyone that's left is meta jungler. I like that. A lot of junglers that start with V. All right, Viego is, I think it's strong. I think it's strong early. It's good strong early. He can do both. And he plays with engage. You have to play with engage with Viego, guys. You have to play with engage. Come on. A bit like Taliyah. There's the same champions, honestly, than with Taliyah. Viego Pike. Maybe you want some CC. Like, I would change Pike, for example, with Maokai. I think that's better. Morgana can be there if you want a big champ also. And I would play Viego a bit like... I mean, you can invade with Viego. It's similar with Graves also, in that sense. But Viego can do a lot of stuff. So what is that? Start sweeper 95 of the times. Avoid the enemy getting information when listening starting. Good for gank setup. That can be fine. Good champion to play around if you are CC. Like... I think I like this one, by the way. I like this one a lot. Listen... Yeah, this one is good. The same listen description, I think it works with Viego. Start super 95 of the times is good for Viego for the gank setup and to avoid where he starts. Good champion to play around if your AD carry can 1v2 in bot lane. No need to like overforce it too much. If your AD carry can play alone in bot lane, I would play with Viego. CC will help secure a lot of kills. That's why you want to play engage support. And Viego is very flexible champion, right? He can play for him, for objective, for laners. I agree with that. I mean, he likes to play for him a lot more, right? And you have to play for resets. I will add it here. Play for Viego resets. Bloodsong first target. Bloodsong is really good, right? The item, the super item, if you are able to. Will this document be available after stream? It's already available in the description on YouTube and on Twitch. I'm also streaming on Twitch on exclamation document, right? So you have it in the description already. This document is already available. We are doing the similar as we did last time in here. You have the explanation of this video as well, where we did for AD carries. Obviously, it's a bit different because we are adding stuff that makes sense for junglers. And maybe in the future, I redo it a bit with adding some extra information. Or if I did a mistake, I will update it. So yeah, that's the main idea is this. I don't know how many junglers we did so far, but it's been a long stream. Bel'Veth and Briar got extra thingy. All right, Volibear, strong champion early. What he wants to do? He wants to gank. He can full clear. He can play with both Engage and Enchanter. He benefits a lot with Enchanters as well. But I see Engage like being good. For example, Rel is nice. Playing with a Nautilus is nice. Leona, like it allows also for him to dive. Alistar, Neeko, right? It's one of the things that I think. Lulu is fine. Janna is okay, right? You can play with Nami. You can play with a Seraphine combo as well. With going forward, Karma is insane, right? So you get the point. I see. I was on the summer bootcamp page and I was so confused. Yeah, you have different pages, right? Like you just have to try to move around. I would say the same. Start with Sweeper. It's very good with strong champions. Good champion to play around. If your AD carry can 1v2, CC will help secure a lot of kills as normal with him. I don't think so. I think, for example, Viego is very flexible. Volibear also. Volibear is very flexible champion. He can play for him, for objective, for laners. Look for invades, ganks, dives, sync. So yeah, good champion. Think up. Well, I would say like good champion to play around if AD carry can 1v2 in bot lane. CC will help. CC will help secure kills. Well, it doesn't matter. After level 6, it's very easy to look to dive a lane, right? Usually it's going to be top lane, bot lane, or mid lane is a bit more complicated, but you can look for level 6 dives, especially like champions like that have low mobility or get one shot very easily, especially when that tower doesn't exist. Warwick has Volibear has a lot of burst. Talking about Warwick, let's move into Warwick. So Warwick early game, I think it's still strong early game. Like he has very good 1v1 potential. He's a bit of a hybrid, right? He can full clear, he can gank, and he plays really well with Enchanter, right? He plays really well with Enchanter, so let's drop an Enchanter here as well. Warwick can invade against weak junglers, or he can invade in general, right? So you have to just pay attention to what Warwick is doing. Then Warwick is a bit chaotic champion. I would say it's similar to Dir, right? I think Warwick loves Void and Dragons, so he loves to play around objectives. Now, what is the general game plan when you play with a Warwick? What is the general game plan when we play with Warwick? That's the question. What's the general game plan? What's the general game plan? Get ahead. Yeah. I think it's a bit like Shaco Talon, no? Carry very easy, doing ahead, play around him, CC plus damage strong. If Eddie carry can 1v2, play with Warwick. Warwick behind, you lose game. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's like a bit like Briar, no? Good champion to play around if you already carry one. Briar has to snowball early to have a good game. I think that we can use the Briar example. No? Alright, let's use the Briar example. Let's change my camera to the top because if we are going for the last ones, and if my camera is not on the top side, then you guys don't see anything. Alright, so hey, I'm here now. I'm here. Last one. These are my Wukong and Xin Zhao. So Wukong, not that weak, but average, right? I would say, for example, we can do Xin Zhao average as well, right? You will have it there. He wants to full clear. He wants enchanters. 100% you want enchanters. You want two enchanters. You want a bit of hybrid with this one and enchanters as well, right? So very similar champion. I think it's Wukong and Xin Zhao for me. Very similar champions. Very similar champions. It's also like Jarvan. It creates a lot of space. Can play with Enchanter. Can play with Hyper Carry. Works really good with Hyper Carries. It's like two similar champions. Like Jarvan Nocturne. Xin Zhao and Wukong. Very similar champs in the jungle on what they want to do. Right? So let's see. I would not start with Super level 1. So for example, I would start with Warding Trinket. And I will make sure that I'm defending my jungler, right? Wukong can get invaded, Xin Zhao can get invaded. Every jungler is good with engaged champions, right? Every jungler is good with engaged champions. You can drop the Amumu, but they are stronger, for example, with enchanters, because Wukong is already going in, you can buff him, but you will see in competitive, every jungler is, like we have mentioned here, as played with Rel, Nautilus, right? Because they get better value like on their own after in competitive. But in solo queue, if you pair Wukong with Enchanter, it's probably stronger than Engage, right? But Engage gives other... you can never go wrong with Engage. Like, you can never, ever go wrong with Engage champion in a game, right? It always fits the thing. Whoa! What's happening? Thank you so much. Hello! Vicious Cookie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Let's go. I'm losing my voice just at the end. So thank you. I got scared as well. I saw it. I was reading the chat and I saw it. Thank you so much. So Lolioli said, Josh got what? Galandrax. 5 subs, 8 viewers. I didn't get a sub them. That's crazy. It's FF. Hope you're all doing good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me read blocks. In games where you are jungler can play for invades, what would you recommend for support? Double down on bot lane or hover defensive for any invades? In games where your jungler can't play for invades, what do you recommend for support? Down on bot lane? What? Tell me a jungler box. What jungler? We have the list here of junglers. Tell me. What jungler doesn't can play for invade? We can check it out. We can. Oi! I mean, losing nuts. You got it. You're not losing a subscribed. You see, you're all lucky finally. Vicious Cookie MVP. Thank you so much. Zyra. Oh, we will get to Zyra then. Once we get for Zyra, we see how we do that. All right. We see how we do that and which champion usually it's like what's called resembles to Zyra. You're just exactly, you mentioned the last one, right? I like it. Like we have a list of 20,000 junglers, and you asked me a question about the last one. I think it was the same with the AD carry laning guide, by the way. The AD carry laning guide with Zyra at the end, and someone asked me a question about Zyra. I'm like, wait a second. All right, we will see. Let's go with Wukong. Warden Trinket very good because you have to defend the Wukong, like make sure that he can full clear, he can clear. If you play strong bot lane, play around that. If your AD carry is not the main carry, Ziggs play with Jarvan towards the carry, so Wukong. I would say I would not agree with this one. I think Wukong has more fighting power, right? But he is like level 6 dependent as well, right? So so I would say a bit like Vi here. Wukong has to full clear, level 6 big power spike, avoid Wukong getting punished before this. Now, very good with Hypercarry plus Enchanter. That's good. And now, hey, Kina, thank you for the sub. Holy moly. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. So many subs. I'm sorry that, I mean, it's not going to show up on the counter here today. All right, so what do you need is like Wukong, 1 item, strong, 2 items, full power spike, full spike, right? So most junglers have this, and we didn't talk about that, but once Wukong has 1 item, you can start fighting, and 2 items, like he's very strong, right? Wait for level 6 to fight, and Wukong has to full clear, right? He wants to clear, he wants to get his items, right? He has to get items 100%. So you can play a slow game, skirmish a bit later. Can we get that chart? Mustafa, you have it on the description. Had to leave for quite a while. You are still going. These are marathons. Yeah, these are marathons. These are tiring streams. But I enjoy doing them. Oh, wait. Zyra's here. I thought we are only 3 champions left. Oh, we actually have 3 champions left. Let's move into Xin Zhao. Right? Xin Zhao also very similar. You have to start warding to get cover for Xin Zhao. Especially when you are playing against very strong junglers like Volibear, Diego, right? Trundle. You want to make sure that Xin Zhao is covered. And then from here, Xin Zhao has to full clear, not really. Not a champion that you can play 1v2. If you are playing Enchanter, for example, if you have Enchanter, great to play together. Sync up. Very strong. Very strong. Right? That's what you want to do. What else? What else? What will say? Avoid Xin Zhao getting invade early game. All right, that's very important as well. Now he can get invade early game, especially against like stronger junglers. So you have to be careful that doesn't happen. And after that, he is pretty strong, right? Once he is like level 6 and around that. He's pretty good skirmishes. Front to back skirmishes. He is very strong. What can we say? What do you want? I mean, he's very good with Hypercarries plus Enchanter because he creates a lot of space, right? So it's like Jarvan. Where's Jarvan? Let's go back to Jarvan. Here is Jarvan. The problem is that Xin Zhao can get more like invaded a bit more than Jarvan does. Like Jarvan is more safe in that sense. So he's pretty strong in skirmishes, if even or ahead. So it means that if he's not behind because they got invaded and he can play like skirmishes, like you can keep playing with him, right? Enchanter, great to play together, sync up, very strong. I think this is one of the most important ones. The level 6 is fine. The power spike, I think, buys a lot of time, but it's just the ultimate that creates... No, he has not engaged. I would say a lot of space with ultimate. Alright, perfect. Now, Zac. Zac, very weak early game, no? Let's copy this one. We drop this one here. Very weak early game, full clear, and he loves enchanters. He can play with both again, but you can do like Zac with enchanters. We could go for any tank that we want. For example, we could go for Sejuani, right? Sejuani is similar, means strong ganking on both. Sejuani is not that similar. Maybe we want to go for like Skarnet, right? It's average, it's ganking. But no, I think what's a full clear champion that is a bit tanky and needs help, like Mordekaiser, right? Here. I think this one is good. Start Warden Trinket 100%, defensive vision level 1 against strong jungler, Ward enemy jungler level 1 against weak jungler. I will change this up. I will change this up. I will change this up. No, I will change this up. I will change this up for sure. This one is the perfect. Need to secure his first clear. Is clear if against strong jungler, drop a ward to defend a possible invade. Super start if not to secure ganks. Slow game, play enchanted if you can. Make sure you don't overfortify in early and later if even you will win. Whoa, that's nice. Strong in neutral objectives, needs to farm, don't expect ganks from Morde. No. What can we say about Zac? About Zac, what can we say about Zac? Important information about Zac. Was jungler stronger than Xin Zhao in early? He has attack speed steroid, knock-up, and self-heal already at level 3. Yeah, he needs level 3. But if he can get invaded before level 3, like Trundle can invade him level 3. I mean level 1. Viego can also like invade him fast, level 1, right? Some champions can invade him level 1. Lillia can invade him level 1, right? Well, yeah, we can do that, Danny. That's very helpful. We can do as Fiddlesticks, 100%. We can change a bit Fiddlestick up and copy it a bit. Fiddles to full clear. If Fiddle doesn't get punished early game, right? We can copy this and see how it goes. Fiddles has to full clear, so Zac has to full clear, 100%. If Zac doesn't get punished early game, you are hard winning, 100%. Zac loves void grabs. I think so. I think it's easy for him to do voids compared to Dragon. Play after level 6, play around objectives. Make sure you deny vision for ultimate. Yeah, I think it's fine. Wait for his engage as well, right? Wait for his engage. Like, don't be like, just wait for Zac to play and then you follow, or you can beta follow. What's up, Smackpack? Hello. Can you fix Volibear vision column? It still says Viego. Oh, you're right. Maybe I messed up in other ones, by the way. Copy and pasting. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for it. Probably, if you see it, you cannot unsee it, no? If you see it, you cannot unsee. That's the thing. Okay, next one. Z. I think probably after the stream, maybe I change some champions, or I add some champions, or maybe during the streams or the next videos, you guys can ask me questions. Oh, why did you do this and that? And then we can add maybe another column or something like extra meanwhile. But I think for a starter, this is good. All right, next one, Z. Early game pretty weak. I don't think he's like that good. He wants to full clear. And he really wants engaged champion, right? So you want to make sure that he can full clear. Which champion does he resemble to? Like a bit like this one is fine. I like this Vi. We take Lulu out for sure, and we can Z with Elise, for example, is nice. This type of champs is okay. And like a Vi, you need to secure spheres clear. Super to secure ganks, I don't think so. I don't think you are going to get ganked by Z. So warding trinket, I think is better. Play for objectives with play objective with Shyvana. Don't overforce play. Look Rockma behind the objective. I mean, Z has to full clear 100%. He wants his item, right? If Z doesn't get punished early game, wait for items to play. Strong at one item spike. Play after that. Don't ever force plays. Don't ever first place before 6 as well. Before level 6. I mean, some build depends on the build of Z. Some builds of Z is like very burst, and some build of Z is like slower. Warwick says, wait, Udir says Warwick, no? No, Warwick says Udir, no? Yeah, we have to correct that. We have to correct that for sure. All right, strong at one item spike. Look for Cosmo behind the relative setup. I would not say like don't have a first place for level 6. I would say. You can sync up with Z. Maybe sync up to look for invades as well, right? I would say that sync up to look for invades or silent attack, silent play as well. Perfect. If it's good, Z at one item plus flash, you can even take 2v3. I found. Yeah, I mean, if you have like Eclipse, I think Eclipse is first item. They depends on the first item they do. But yeah, when you get first item and you're a bit accelerated or you farm well and you can play, then it's like it's important that you pay attention to the items of your jungler, right? And say, okay, he's strong, let's fight. We're stronger, let's look for a fight now, right? We have some spikes. Ultimate is a spike, like for example, Vaya's ultimate, like Wukong ultimate, right? Nocturne ultimate. Items is spikes are also important spikes, right? So yeah, very important. All right, let's go with Zyra, guys. Zyra. Early game of Zyra is going to be, I would say it's pretty, I would not say weak, but average, right? She wants to full clear and she benefits from engaged champions 100%. It's like a bit like Taliyah, right? So yeah, a bit like Taliyah. I mean, Elise maybe not, something more AD damage or more engaged, maybe Leon. I mean, there's not a lot of Zyra Elise. Sorry. Zyra Elise. Maybe I want like Bard, no? Bard might be better. Bard might be better. So with Zyra, start warding trinket, and if the enemy jungler cannot really what's called invade, I will go sweeper, right? So super start if not to secure ganks, like for sure they need to secure her clear. If against strong jungler, drop a ward to defend a possible gank. Super start if not a gank, right? That's what I would say. Now, general game plan, what do you say? Taliyah can hard carry when ahead, play around her, CC damage strong. If AD carry can 1v2, play with Taliyah. I agree with this with Zyra as well. Zyra can get fed as very strong if you can drop some CC. Like if you are playing a CC champion, then it's pretty nice that what's called you just you go with her, right? And you CC damage. It's a bit like Brand, Taliyah Brand. Some champions are like this. Do challenger pikes not miss hook then? Yeah, they never miss. Of course they miss. What's that question, Josh? I miss it every time. And I've seen a lot of pike players miss. All right, now what do we do for important information? It's very good. Like there is a champion here. Udyr loves. No, where is it? There is a. Where is the champion? I'm looking at a champion that's very similar. here. Play around RCD. No, I would say no. I would say play around neutral objectives, right? Play around neutral objectives. Oh, Zyra is very strong around neutral objectives, so you want to play around neutral objectives all the time, right? That's what you want to do. Allow Zyra to full clear for items. Don't overforce outside objectives. I would say this. So now let's answer the question that my friend had. Zyra time. In games where you are jungler can't play for invades, what you should recommend for support? Double down for bot lane or however defensive for enemy invades? Now, how you should play with Zyra, as I said here, is you don't really overforce plays if she's not involved and you think enemy jungler is going to be involved. If she's like farming or probably like she's not around, and if she doesn't want to go for invades, that's fine. You should play for Voigraphs, you should play for Herald, you should play for Dragon, because Zyra is very good at setting up objectives, right? And then you just make sure that you set up vision correctly around those objectives, and she's going to be super strong, and you don't overforce, right? You don't have to... Again, why I'm doing this is that you play with Zyra, and you're playing like Pike, and you're playing Pike, pam, 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 play, into play, and support. The problem that we have in support is that we don't slow down the game, because we don't have to farm, we don't have to CS, like it's the same thing, but farm camps, CS, we don't have to do a lot of stuff that other roles have to do. So one of the mistakes is go too accelerated, play into play, right? If you're playing with Volibear or Trundle, it looks good. Oh, we're killing Viego, he's killing, whoa, bim bam. But yeah, if you play with Zyra, oh, I just lost the game, jungle gap, or Hecarim, I just lost the game, jungle gap, and your jungle is just farming. Is it the best time for him to farm? Maybe not. Maybe he has to farm any camps and be more active with you. But it's difficult to expect that in lower elo games. So you have to slow down the game a bit. Wait for him to finish. Once he finishes, then we play, right? And you have to understand, or you have to know how to play those moments in the game as well, right? So if you play with Zyra, you know, okay, Zyra is strong in neutral objectives. If my jungler, if my AD carry can 1v2, I can sync up with Zyra more once she finishes clear, and together we can play and make some things happen, right? That's a way that you can see it as well. All right. Hopefully, this document is, or what we did today, is useful for you guys. I know that the best support synergy is like a bit, what's called? Not perfect, because at the end of the day, you can play a lot of supports, depending. That's why you should use this list. I have to update it as well, right? Jungle and support synergy, for sure. Use it as well, this list. It's always there. But at least you have some information, right? A bit of information, what you have to do. Is it important, not important? So hopefully, if you guys give me some feedback, maybe I can make it better. I use this document every day. So hopefully now you can also use it for junglers. And at the end of the day, is you get a jungler brand. Okay, what does this crazy coach say about this jungler? Oh, okay, I will try it. Oh, I will take it in mind. And step by step, like during the days, during the months, you will learn a bit more about every jungler, and you already have like an idea, right? And it's way easier for you guys to focus on other stuff during the game because you already like made time to learn it. All right, thank you for the donation blocks. I really appreciate the help. Keep it up. Thank you so much. But that's it for me today, yeah. 4 hours non-stop. 4 hours, 15 minutes, longer than the AD carry one. Jungler wins. I don't know how many junglers we did. I think around 60 or something like that, maybe more. But it's all right. I really enjoy this type of streams. I need the energy to do this type of streams, which I had today. I appreciate everyone that watched. I appreciate everyone asking questions. I will make sure that I do the chapters later. You guys will have the VOD on YouTube with some chapters. And you will have access to like explanation of every jungler just directly, also by me, because not everything is said like in the document. It's hard to put everything into words. But hey, amazing day. Tomorrow I'm not here. This week I'm a little less active than I would like to be. I was going to post the tier list today. I don't know if I have time after this stream, but maybe you get the tier list today, tomorrow. I will do the split 3 tier list with all my insight about every single support champion. I've played most of them because you guys forced me to play crazy shit. So it's going to be an amazing tier list for you guys to grind till the end of the season. I also have to grind for Elo, so we will do it together. Okay, I will leave my Discord here in the chat on the Twitch, so you feel free to join, ask me anything there, and I will send it also here on YouTube. All right, guys, I'm so hungry, so I'm going now. All right, thank you so much. Bye bye. I hope you guys enjoy the stream and have an amazing day. All right, see you guys later. Bye bye. Thank you for all the donations and the subs. It doesn't appear here, but I know it's been a lot. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Rumble tier S, of course, it's going.